It's too early.
Yeah, it's early. Because I went into the VIP room to get water. I was alone.
So,
Till you wait between now and at 10:30
there you go.
when to make it.
Morning.
How are you?
Good and you?
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are you guys still sleeping? Please, it's still early. It's still early. Now, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session for today. I'd like to say I can see you guys refreshed for today, and I'm hoping that we will work together through this session. This session will be just for the interaction, basically, with the women in STEM that have made their career path look so beautiful, but they will tell us about their challenges, about their struggles, anything that is so fun about it, but they will make sure that when we leave this place, we are well equipped and well being guided and also get the direction. So with the protocol observed, I'm just saying I welcome everyone and I greet everyone that is in this room, even though it says it's for the STEMI and it says for the female perspective that we're actually looking at the women who have done very well. So I'm just gonna call my panelists because we only have 1 hour to be in this discussion. It's not by order, it's just calling them just to, as soon as I call your name, you just come and sit, then we can be able to start the conversation. Let me just call Kyla. Kyla, she did an undergrad in master's degrees in mechatronics at Nelson Mandela. She obtained the master's in 2022, and then she works at CSIR in Pretoria for the manufacturing cluster, and also worked as a robotic automation. Let's welcome Kyla as she begins his PhD in Nelson Mandela in 2022. Thank you, Kyla, for joining us. And then the next person that I'm just gonna call right now, let me just call Odwa. Odwa is Odwa Sonlishe, and she holds a BTech degree in mechanical engineering, in business administration degree, and currently busy with a postdoc in the business administration. She also worked 13 years experience and in the Toyota production system as a product development. Now she is currently part of the Future Skill team at AIBC in Eastern Cape as a senior manager, where responsibility to be ensure that she have a focused approach on the key outcome of the skill development. Let's just welcome Odwa. You are welcome, Odwa. Then the other person that I'm just gonna call upon right now is Patricia. Patricia, she is an electrical engineer by profession. She has masters in electrical engineering from UCT. She is pursuing the PhD in engineering in electrical at Nelson Mandela. Patricia has 29 years of experience. So yeah, we're gonna get a lot from you. And 9 years in the academic. So 20 years in the industry and also 9 years in the academia world. So she's the lecturer. She's the lecturer at Nelson Mandela University and lecturing the administration, and she's passionate about the research, about the, I don't know this word, meta-heuristic, wow, optimization techniques, which is artificial intelligence technology to help optimize power transfer system. Let's welcome Patricia. Last but not least, let me welcome Prof. Plenary. Okay. Why is it failing me, my technology? Yes, let's welcome Prof. Felini. She's a professor in Institute of Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability at UNISA. Professor Felini works in the thermodynamic area as a leader of applied electrochemistry and a C2 NRF rating researcher. And she has also published 80 publications, and she also have 10, supervising 10 MSc students and 9 PhDs. So she has acquired so many awards. That one I can mention, that is so recently, is NRF Excellence Award, Early Career and Emerging Research. And then the second one is the UNISA Women in Research, which is Women in Research in Leadership. And then there are so many, guys, I can talk more about her, but rather than that, you can also Google her biography, and then it will actually tell you more about her. Yeah, for the sake of time, I want to... Who's Odwa? Yo, my goodness. Why did I forget you? My apology. My apology. The system is failing me, so now I'm shaking. Yeah, please introduce yourself, because now I don't know what's happening. Okay, you can join the panelists. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Foley. I'm the program manager for the Uyilo Electric Mobility Program, which is hosted within an engagement entity called ENSA, within the Faculty of Engineering, the Built Environment and Technology. And the program was initiated by the Technology Innovation Agency, which is a public entity of Nelson Mandela University. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Can we get some mic, please? So I'm just going to go through the purpose of today. The purpose of today is to have a roundtable for women in STEMI, on the female perspective. No, you're going to share the mic, don't worry. So based on what is the objective of today, the Union Agenda 2063 acknowledged the significance of STEMI education fostering the advance and economic progress of African nations, including South Africa. To address the South African significant shortage of skills, work, and preparation to the country for digital future, it is crucial to focus enhancing the education and employment opportunity for women in STEM. The STEM situation in South Africa is difficult due to the lack of resources, insufficient teaching training, limited access to curriculum, and socio-economic problems. Women in STEM also encounter other obstacles such as gender-based bias, instance of sexual harassment. So this roundtable basically is aimed to analyze and explore their experience, insight, and understanding of being a STEMI. The discussion should focus on enhancing STEMI experience, address the barriers that limit women's access to STEM education and training, exploring strategies that motivate and encourage women to pursue STEM field, and how to retain them in their field. Are you guys ready? Okay. So the It's not the rules, but it's very simple and straightforward. So I'm just going to ask you a question, and then from that question, I'm going to give you like almost like 5 minutes to 6 minutes just to unpack it for us. When you're doing that in that question, you're more like now bringing in your own personal experience, and also you bring in what is recommended on that. So when you unpack it, make sure that it flows to us as we will understand the background, the challenge, and the way forward or recommendation. So let me start with you, Professor Feleni. Can you get the mic, please? Yes, we are saying today Professor Feleni, but we don't know your journey per se of saying that what are the challenges that you have encountered? Because I don't think that you just wake up and being a professor. There were certain things that you were encountered, and also what is the recommendation in terms of now you are kind of like upbringing the young ones that are there, you just have to recommend. So maybe things were not there when you started your career, but all of a sudden now we have made the change on your side so that they can benefit. So what are the challenges, and also how can you make sure that you recommend something to them? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, for that question. I am Osisipo from Ecofimvaba, Upper Eastern Cape. So I'll just talk about maybe just one or two things that had challenged me when I was in Ecofimvaba, or when I was growing up, trying to be a woman in STEM. So of course, you have to understand that in rural areas, we did not have technology, we did not have role models, we didn't have people to look up to or people coming to tell us what are their careers in science. So those were the challenges. Also, because even our teachers, I think they were not that much knowledgeable about what is happening out there. So those were the challenges that I have faced growing up. One of the feeling or bias or stereotype that women are facing, I'm talking about women in general, is that women are labeled as people who are not working hard. They're labeled as people who would like to dress up. Yes, we are dressed up now. People who possibly would want to be pregnant and have their families, but not putting a lot of work. But all I'm saying is that women are changing the world right now. Women are leading in science, engineering, technology, and innovation because of the Black Lives Matters, because also government. We are talking about Africa Agenda 2063. We are talking about National Development Plan, whereby we are saying we need to ensure that we train young women or youth. So women are really taking up spaces in science and leading, because you mentioned that there is an award here talking about women in research leadership. Women are leading because they put a lot of work. They understand that they have to work extra hard to be where they want to be. Thank you.
All right. Wow. Thank you so much, Professor Feleni. I want to come to you, Odwa. Look at me. Yes, thank you. So, what is it that you wish to know when you started the STEMing? And also now, in terms of the social support structure, did you ever wish to have, or have you had it when you were trying to design that I want to follow STEMing? What exactly that came into your mind when you were about like, I'm starting the STEMing? How did you know about it? Because some of us, we know that we're doing maths and science, but we never know that it's STEMing. Up until at the long run, you're like, oh, okay, what I was doing, it was aligned. So, to get my question. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Good morning. Thanks for that question. To put it into perspective, I just want to share my story first. So, growing up, I had always been very good at maths, and I would get certificates to a point that I wanted to be a mathematician. Then I started BSc in maths, my first year. But then I realized that after doing my research, that it's not what I would want for myself in South Africa, probably in USA or Europe, it would work. But here, the only thing I see myself doing is teaching, and I was not good at teaching. I don't believe I still am, I'm not good at teaching even at this point. So basically I decided, you know what, let me venture into engineering. And when I went to, I studied in CPUT, and when I went there, I wanted to do civil engineering. But then the first department I saw was mechanical engineering. And I said to myself, let me start here, just to check. And then I saw a lecturer there, Mr. Ngabisa, and he said, you are really good in maths. You are not going anywhere. Come tomorrow to class. So basically, I had not known about this. I had not known that I wanted to do this. So I started falling in love with mechanical after realizing what it can actually do, or what areas are there. So what I had hoped to have known is for somebody to actually tell me about my different options that I could have, so that when I make a choice based, or not because it was the first department I saw, but because it's something that I was passionate about, because I realized that after all, I was passionate about. And I was never interested in knowing how a car operates. I was never interested how to design a car, for example. My first time to see a brake disc was that year. And I only realized that year that I really liked what I did. I was still a student at that time. So basically my answer is that I wish I had a role model or somebody who would actually take me through these kinds of STEM fields, so that I can have more options. I do not regret my decision, though, by the way. I'm still very excited that I chose that path. Yes, sorry, I can't remember the second part of the question. I
think you just have summarized it all.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks.
All right.
You know what? I forgot to introduce myself. All right, I think people are like, who is this person? Because she didn't even introduce herself, she just introduced other people. Okay, sorry about that. Let me just take this opportunity just to introduce myself. I'm Avela Majavu. I have PhD in chemistry from Nelson Mandela University. And yeah, this is my home, and I work at Sibanye Stillwater as a research and development chemist at the mining. So when I came here, I felt like, I'm coming back to my home. And when I introduce myself, people, they'll always say that, who are you? I'm saying, I'm Avela Machavu. I held PhD in chemistry from Nelson Mandela University. They're like, no, man. Why can't you just say, Avela Machavu, you're PhD in chemistry? No. It's very important where you come from. I always make sure that Nelson Mandela University must be known, must be seen wherever I go. So that's me, basically. All right. No, thank you so much, Odwam. I want to come back to you, Kylem. Yes, how are you?
Good, thanks, and you?
Good. So in terms of your experience as well, I'm just wondering that as a woman in STEM, how is it important to represent science where you're at? How is it important? Are you doing any outreach work that you can be able to share with us, if there's any? If not, do you have anyone who looks up to you and you coach or mentor? So for me, I want you to unpack it in such a way that you also touch based on how is it so important to have a mentor? How is it so important to have a coach? And also maybe difference between what is the mentor, what is the coach? Why, as a woman in STEM, you cannot stand alone to be working in your corner, and also just to unpack it in terms of how do you encourage them to unleash their superpower that is within them? So you just be free, just freelance on that one. So how you wanna cover it? I'm just giving you some few things that, for example, on my side, I was that little girl sitting in the corner, and up until someone came and said that, hey, you have more what it takes that you think you don't. And she was very harsh. I said, I wanna unleash the superpower that is within you that I didn't even know that was there. So can you please just unpack it for me nicely? Thank
So
you.
good morning, everyone. So yeah, I'm Kyla Burden. So I started off working, I think 4.5 years ago. So I'm still a lot younger than these amazing ladies around me. And yeah, they're all role models. So I started working at CSR. I was there for 4 years, and then I came back to Nelson Mandela University, and I started a lecture on the 1st of July. I've completed the circle full, did my undergrad and postgrad at Nelson Mandela, very proud. And now I'm continuing with my PhD. And I have like an amazing lady, Patricia, who I work with, who's got 29 years experience, look up to her, and she can guide me, answer all my questions with new to the new working world. So thanks, Patricia, for always being there. So yeah, it is important. So yeah, I have basically another mom in my faculty. So yeah, that's one of the things, but it is very important. And coming back to lecturing, I started off with 4 females in my class, and I was very sad to come back to lecturing and to see that the class still was only about 4 and 5. So I've spoken with Patricia, and I've also spoken about it. We need to try and drive it more in our faculty to get more females into our degree and push them. But I was very proud when I did my postgraduate. We were mostly females, which is great and amazing that we doing postgraduates and going further. So as a lecturer, I am trying to drive that more. I do have an extra soft spot for the girls in my class because I know what it feels like, and it is intimidating to be there with a male-dominant environment. So I am pushing them and trying to encourage them, and they often come and ask me questions. How's it in industry? Try and be honest and give them tips on how to address these issues and what to face, and also just to mentally prepare yourself for when you go into industry or what is out there. Be strong, independent. Yeah, so that's, hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Now it leads me to you, Patrician. It leads me to you to say that now, how does it, as a woman in STEM, working in the male-dominating environment, how is it like? What are the challenges there? How can you advise them to say that, how do can change, say, seeing things how the males see it? Or what is it? I don't want to lead you there because you have 20 years experience, you see. So you know more than me, and you have experienced that maybe going up the ladder or maybe working with them as a general worker and whatnot. So I just want you to just express it on your own way.
Thanks for that. I think that's very important because by the end of the day, if we are encouraging women to get into STEM, we should also prepare them, or at least let them know the challenges that are out there, and at least suggest, according to what we experienced, how they can actually handle the situation in the industry. The main challenge, which everyone else would agree, is just the bias that is out there. It's very much male-dominated, we know it, and we know how male ego operates. And then when you're there as a woman, they kind of not believe you're going to deliver, because I don't think you can deliver. You're just a woman, though you have the same qualification, the same technical experience and everything. And because of that, as a woman, you have to get prepared. Apart from your IQ being good and you are able to weather through all the academics, you should also have that emotional quality with you. Be brave and face it. And also polish on your work ethic. Believe in yourself. You have got yourself to encourage. No one else is gonna stand up for you. So you have to be strong, brave, work hard. And as you go, people may start seeing the results that are coming out of your work ethic, and they will start absorbing you in. That may take time. This is why maybe in as much as we have got a few women in STEM, we also see a very few number of women that make it to the management positions. The reason is the same, because they still can't trust you that you can handle that. But over time, some of the women have been able to break through that, so you can also do the same. So that's my advice: be brave, face it, and go on with the punches as they come. I think as of now, I can just say that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, thank you so much. Let me come to you, Adam. So how do you encourage more girls to pursue career in STEM? And then I want you to make sure that now you tailor with what are your hopes? What are your hopes for the future in the women in STEM?
Thank you very much. I think the main thing when it comes to promoting STEM to women, we need to definitely start with young women and girls in school. We need to encourage the education system or the educators to make sure that they allow the young girls there to embrace the science, the mathematics, and the biology. I'll give you an example from my perspective in terms of that. So in my junior school years, I went to a co-ed school, and then in my senior years, I went to an all-girls school. And I was able to do physical science, mathematics, biology, and then I did art as well. And in my personal opinion, I feel that girls who are in all-girls schools get more attention when it comes to any challenges that they're facing in the STEM subjects. And in co-ed schools, the educators seem to concentrate more on the males. So I think what helped me a lot is that I went to an all-girls school, and I was able to finish my high school career having studied STEM subjects. And I think that's where the role model perspective comes in. I mean, if you see a teacher who is a female, for example, who is teaching STEM subjects, it's very, very encouraging. And I also think that there are a lot of young girls out there who are actually scared of doing physical science or doing mathematics or doing biology. And I think that we definitely need more role models in the high school and primary school education system, because that's where it starts. If you don't have those subjects, it'll be very difficult for you to progress into tertiary education and to take subjects and to look at areas within the STEM. And my hope personally is that when it comes to STEM subjects, we have a formula for promoting it at a school level, so that by the time that the girls get to tertiary education, they have that foundation. That is my wish. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to all the panelists that have managed to answer the questions that I asked them. So I'm only left with 10 minutes. I want you to open it to the floor, to anyone who have a burning question, 1 or 2 or 3 people, then they can be able to answer the question. Is there anyone? All right. I see you. All right, thanks. So you can ask the question, maybe they will share the mic, or you just want a specific person.
Morning. Oh, good morning, everyone. Brilliant presentations. I think from my side, I would have loved to hear from the panelists about them being mothers, if they are mothers on stage, and how you balance your work life or your academic life with being a mother or a wife or a guardian from that perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you. want to answer that?
Yeah, I think every working woman, it doesn't matter in which field you are, it's a challenge to balance these three, being a wife, being a mother, and also being an employee. It's even worse when you are in this field, because if you are a civil engineer, you may be contracted to be a civil engineer on a project that is so far away from home, and you have to be away from your family maybe for 6 months for that period of your project. So you're away from your children, you can't advise them, you can't monitor what they're doing and all that. So that's a challenge. In those situations, support system is what you need. So if you have got any elder woman that is around who can help you out to be present while you're not there, that helps a lot. If you have got a supporting partner, it's even much better. Then you can easily maneuver through. And sometimes you also want to academically advance yourself as you're working. So you pile on these demands that you still have to avail yourself in. So support is all you need from the people around you, especially if you've got a supporting partner, it works better. A lot of women that have advanced even more are those that were supported. Those that are not, you struggle to move on. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, after him, and then it's gonna be her because it was her, yeah, but it's fine.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. I once watched a movie called Hidden Figures, and in that movie, in actual fact, 3 women were the ones who created, I think, the first rocket, something along those lines. So my issue that I want to ask about is, from your side now, what is it that you are doing, maybe on personal capacity or something, to inspire? I heard someone saying a lot of people, especially in the rural areas, there's a lot of talent, especially for girls. In your personal capacity, what is it that you are doing to maybe help or to inspire someone along those lines? Because statistically, if you are to look in terms of numbers, there are many women in terms of population-wise, but you realize now when you come to sciences, the number is not. So there's that disparity. So from your point, what is it that can be also done to also inspire those, especially from deep rural areas? That's where I came from. So I always see those challenges, especially for girl child. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So I mentioned that I'm from Offenbach, deep rural. Most of the things that we do, or things that are upcoming now, is that we spoke about mentorship. There are various mentorship programs that are out there that are mentoring from ages 18 to 25. That means that we are taking through women in science from the grassroots. One of the things that we do is also we try to bring exhibits, mobile exhibits. In Offenbach, there is a science center that has various exhibits. So we go with these mobile exhibits to provide a hands-on experience so that we can spark science into this younger generation. We also go to different schools whereby we talk them through about our own experience, that wherever you are coming from, it does not determine where you are going. So have a focus, because we have a lot of challenges with health, water, electricity, for example. So the next generation will be able to resolve all the issues that we are facing based on our own experience, because we are making it through science as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think I'm gonna just take the last question.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Asipe Zingelwa from the HSRC Internship Program. I'd like to ask a question I think that Professor Felin has just touched on, around how you basically entice women also in knowing what is the journey ahead. So from my perspective, I'd like you to also touch on the different options that women in STEM can land besides the academics. I think it's important for us as we engage the young people to provide them a broader perspective of the different options that they're going to have as they transition into the labor market. And it's part of what we do in the internship program in talking about what are your options, right? Because not everyone is going to have the passion of being a researcher, but you are as important even if you land in industry, even if you also land as an entrepreneur. So I'd like to hear from your perspective, also maybe through experience, the different options you've had as you transitioned into the labor market that were not entirely, might have not been entirely focused on research only, but looking at the broader perspective as well. Thank you.
Thanks for that question. I'm going to speak from a point of privilege. My work is in future skills. So what that means is that we can see the world is transitioning into AI, electrical vehicles. So my core job is to ensure that not only academically, but in every way possible, how can we move into a space where everyone will fit? So we do at work. I'm also lucky to have a CEO who's very passionate about such things. And I am passionate about those things as well, which also is in line with Prof. About going into rural areas and search for certain people who have talents, not only academically, but who can use their hands in order to fit in a space where we would have to build an electrical vehicle for that matter. Or someone, like we had a skills expo just last month, and there was a boy, a 12-year, I think 14 years. He was 14, and he said to me, he wants to build an arm for someone who doesn't have an arm. And although he didn't quite understand what it meant, but I took him and sent it to someone. And after that, that boy knew what he wanted to study. So besides just talking about the academic part of it, we also focus on TVETs, about what options they have. We also we work a lot with Oilo, so Idem will tell you that we also do, we focus on e-mobility. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of things that we, not just me or AIDC, but we in the Eastern Cape are trying to put out there for everybody to know that it's not only, you don't need to just go to class in order to fit in the new world. You can use your brains, you can use your hands, you can use your feet, you can use anything in order to fit in that space.
All right, no, thank you so much. I want to go back to the question that was asked on the floor in terms of balancing the life. I would say it's life balancing. So we heard about it on the side of the working as a mother, but let's say now as a single woman as well, you do have the family, whether you have a child or you don't have a child, but you have the siblings and the family. So let's unpack it in such a way that I'm doing honors, I want to pursue all the way to PhD, but now I don't know how to balance that life. You know, there's a pressure from outside. There's a lot of things that can make me to just drop out, you know. Can you please just unpack it nicely? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I can give from my perspective. I am a single woman. However, I live at home with my parents, specifically because they're quite elderly. My father's in his 80s and my mom is in her 70s. So that in itself comes with a huge responsibility as well. And it's all about balancing. And believe you me, if you have a big extended family and they know you are single, they'll ask you to look after your nieces and nephews, etc. So I have that experience as well. Oftentimes, my sister, for example, will travel all over the world, and then I'm there with my nephews looking after them. So what I do from a personal perspective, it sounds pedantic, but it works. I put everything in my diary. Even if I have to go and do my nails, for example, I put it in my diary. If I need to allocate time to do my work, I put it in my diary. So I think as women, what we can do, even though I'm not a mother, we need to be disciplined and have that work ethic and put everything in a diary, even if it's to have dinner with your partner, you put it in a diary. And I think that makes the work-life balance a bit more comfortable. It is a challenge working in this environment because it's very much male-dominated, and males don't have the same responsibilities that females have. I might be single, but I'm looked at in the family as a caregiver. So whenever anybody is sick, I need to make time to attend to that because I'm the single one. I don't have a husband and I don't have any children, so a lot of the family caregiver responsibilities come to me. And all I can say is that the only way I manage it is actually putting everything in my diary and having discipline as well. You shouldn't, as a female, you shouldn't feel uncomfortable or you shouldn't feel inadequate because you are looking after your children. That is also a job in itself. And we need to make a conscious effort for that work-life balance in our lives. It could be, for example, there's 7 days in a week, and then you allocate one day where you are not going to concentrate on your work, you're going to spend time with your family. And you just put that in your diary as well. So I've just learned how to put things in my diary, no matter how mediocre or meaningless they might be. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you so much. I want to go back to the question that was asked there by the back in terms of how do you make sure that the people in the rurals get the access in terms of the STEMI or those mobile science, mobile science experiments that you were talking about. But now I want us to check that you are talking about Tofimvaba, which is only the center that is around in Eastern Cape, around Transkei. Do you have more centers that you can maybe say someone who's staying at Butterworth that is close by, that they can be able to partner with different universities, anything that maybe, like in terms of the career, because now they are in the role of the rurals, but for them to come to the center, which is very far, what is it that you can advise, like in terms of the universities going there as well in those rural areas, or how do you encourage people to actually say, go out there, let's participate in the science week, let's participate on this, whatever that you can maybe think of, so that you can bring that science, and also how do we enforce it to be something that they commit to do?
Thank you so much. One of the key performance area at our work is engage scholarship. So I made an example of Tofimvaba because I'm there, just to relate to where I'm coming from, that I'm from a deep rural. But the truth is that even in Johannesburg, I was so shocked. We visited a school. In the school, they said, we only know theory. We've never seen any exhibition in life. So what we did was, we said, okay, we are going to come back. What do you want to see? Because they understand everything about nanotechnology, but they've never touched any nanotechnology exhibition. So what we did was, we went to the school with our mobile exhibit just to showcase what is happening. We even went to Velcom. So we go to different schools, but of course we'll not know the variety of schools that are affected by not having any exhibition. So what will be important is that we can partner with different schools. We can partner with science centers to say, where can we go? Because these mobile exhibits are very important so that each and every learner will be able to see what science can do so that they can be able to design and develop things that will be innovated or prototyped, because we are moving into innovation so that we can create companies. These companies will also be able to create jobs. You see, that's what we are working on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I want you, Otto, to add on that. I saw you like, yeah.
I did say earlier that I was speaking to a point of privilege, because my work is specifically on that. And I'd like to collaborate. I'm already seeing forms of engagement already. A part of the STEAM program that we are doing as AIDC, at the moment we are doing it in the Nelson Mandela area and East London. But we have proposed to our board members that we want to go into Lusigisiki, Mthatha, Butterworth, because we are AIDC, Eastern Cape. So I keep on saying AIDC, Automotive Industry Development Center in Eastern Cape, not in Port Elizabeth, in Eastern Cape. And Eastern Cape is composed of deep rural areas. And what we found out from that is that the kids that pass maths and physics are the ones that are actually coming from those rural areas. So we've got an untapped skill there. So if they are good in maths, but they do not know AI, what are the possibilities of them being the best in the world? So what we're planning to do is also to have, I know there's a center in Ngobo, but we can count how many they are. But we are not doing enough, and that's what we're planning to do. And we don't want kids to be traveling, but to take technology to them so that they can realize that their world is their oyster and they are our future.
All right, no, thank you so much. Is there any one burning question that you, okay. Oh, two. I'm looking at the time as well. I'm just hoping that I will get back.
Before you ask your question, I just want to say we love men. Yes. So we love them, and I don't wish they must feel left out because we have this conversation.
No, it's fine. But they're not raising their hand. Okay, let me just check. Who raised the hand there? Is it a female or a male? Can you please give it to the male, just for ease? And then I think that question, I will ask Kylen to answer it, whatever it is.
I'll try.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Colin from the University of South Africa. It's whatever that I want to ask. Maybe it might be, what can I say? So maybe it's individual type of a perspective things, but coming to you as you have raised it, as a successful woman, let me just say, start here. When we, as much as we are getting educated, male or female, it's more or less like we are creating a boundary within the community because they do label us as something else. Now this guy maybe is boring, he's no longer having that type of interaction with the rest of the world. But as a female, when you are becoming successful in terms of a social life, how accessible are you with regard to maybe us as a male? Are you reachable? Let's say, for example, because you may be driving some sort of like, it might look lame, but it is actual fact that many times when women are becoming successful, we find that maybe we get to a point where we fail to act. How does it affect you? I want to understand that. How does it affect you as a successful woman?
All right. Okay.
That's quite a tough question to answer. So, I mean, I don't know where to start, but as like a lecturer lecturing both male and female students, I I don't see anything really different. As I say, I do sort of have a soft spot for female engineers because I do want to promote them and have more in my class because we are such few in the STEMI environment. But as we get to the top, I don't mind. My door's open to consultations, whether it's male, female. I want to help any student. As I say, we want to get engineers, top academics out. So yeah, I don't see an issue, but as I say, I've only been around for 4 years. These women around here probably can give you a bit better of an answer. So
Okay,
if someone
Patricia,
wants to.
can you please?
I don't know if this accessibility is. Yeah, so she said boyfriend and girlfriend, or what accessibility is this? If it's to do with that, I think it's just nature. Even you men, when you are up there, you have your own people that you access to, or you are allowed to access you. And I think women do the same. So it's not like it's because it's a woman now, she's there, she's not allowing us to approach her. It's just that the fact that she has rose to that height, maybe the people that, even you yourself, you actually trade off yourself. That, can I go? And so it's nature. It's not about a woman has gone up or, no.
Sorry, I totally misunderstood your question. I took it as can you approach a woman who's higher up in terms of like, are you intimidated to ask them for help? That's I misunderstood your question completely. But from that point of view, that was my approach to your question. No, sorry. Patricia, thanks for clearing that up.
No, thank you so much. I see you, Moses, but let me just take the...
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is No Arwani. I'm getting the fact and the point that we are touching mostly basically on getting the girls into the institution. So I feel like my question will be mainly stated within the middle part because, okay, we're going to mentor them to get into the institution. But within that environment, what are you guys individually implementing to keep them there, to continue? Because it's another struggle too within that environment as being a student. Like in terms as in NMU, we have a program called lately like Wella. So you guys, are you implementing any other such programs or are you pushing the students to also take up such initiatives to be involved in such programs?
Thank you. That's a very important question, actually, because we are lobbying on talking to this girl child to move up and get into the institution. But when they are there, what are we doing to keep them? Because that's very important. We don't want to see a lot of dropouts from the few that we have managed to capture. So in my capacity as an academic staff, a female in this field, I try as much as possible to encourage them because they are already facing a lot of challenges just to be in that space to study. So being a mentor and being somebody else they can look up to, I try to always be available for them, give them much support, more support actually, as compared to the support that I would give to, not being biased, but I try to be, as Kayla put it, like I've got a soft spot for them to help them out. And also make sure that I give them a chance to be open so that they can actually voice out whatever they're experiencing and be there to help them out. If there's anything else that is to do with the department and all that, and I can see it that is disadvantaging a female student in our department, I also raise it in those higher places like in our departmental level or faculty level to make sure that these students are helped. That's from my side. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Prof. Eleni?
Okay, thank you for your question. So in our institution, I'll refer to my institution. Of course, we do supervisor-student agreements whereby we sit down with these women or men and have a discussion with them about what they wish to have in future, where they see themselves. We also have women forum and men forum in our institute. These forums, they are basically to assist us in terms of the social aspect, because it's not only about research. We have to have some social aspect whereby we do some team buildings to get to know each other. So there are some programs that we put into place so that men or women are not left out by creating forums that would have discussions about issues related to either research, personal and social. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm just gonna take one question, Prof. Moses. Oh, okay, there is a person that okay, after you, she'll just.
For me, it's not a question. I just want to commend you guys as the young people for the female who are taking a stand to groom other females to be able to move up. Because what we have seen in the past, I remember the time that I spent time in the industry, when you get one woman maybe at the top, that woman become the stumbling block that any woman is not going to come. She wants to be the only one at the top there. But what I'm seeing from you guys, what you're saying, I'm inspired to see you guys taking the space to say we want to groom others to be like us. And I think this is encouraging, because in the past it was not like that. It was like, women were their own downfall, because they couldn't support each other to go. When one goes up, they want to be the only one with the male thing, and which you are supposed to be picking others up. So I really, really, really inspired by looking at you guys, the things that you're doing to inspire other women to reach the top. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Moses. Let me take the one, she's gonna be angry with me.
Thank you for squeezing me in. I want to bring in the issue of mental health in all of this. I think I would have really liked to hear about that as well, especially because we're talking about the space being male-dominated and having to push forth to get somewhere. Obviously, that doesn't leave you the same. So can we have honest conversations about that, what it does to a person, and also touching on what was said by the lady that side about programs to make sure that you retain, because sometimes people can even, we're a generation that's so enlightened about protecting one's mental health and all that. Some of the people would end up leaving certain spaces, be it in academia or in industry, because you're now having to deal with this male leader who is, I never thought I would ever experience a leadership from a person who can be loosely classified as a sexist, for instance. But it turns out those things actually exist, and they can be very frustrating. So yes, we want to come into this space, and we want to encourage people as well to stay healthy. Do we have spaces where we can have safe conversations about those things without you being labeled as, oh, you're too emotional, you lack emotional intelligence, which has been completely, the definition of that has been completely twisted to fit into some narrative that still pins down the women, for instance. So how to, navigate around that? I think it's very important that in this day and age, we also touch base on that aspect.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Odwa?
Thanks. I see this is an interesting point. Thank you so much for that. I just want to share with most women, they feel they're strong. I'm strong. I do not cry. I'm strong. I can never go to a therapist. I'm strong. No man can do anything to me. When I started working, I used to be in a room full of men, and I'd be the only one. And you would talk, and they look at you, and the conversation just carries on without acknowledging your point. So I always thought that I was strong as well, and I never used to cry, and I felt like I didn't realize that I was suppressing whatever I was experiencing, until to a point that I used to just burst. I would even burst to my daughter when she hasn't done anything. And then I sat down. So I wanted, when Idem was talking about work balance, life as well, take time for yourself. You need time for you, and not to be around kids, not to be around your partner or your family, yourself. So what I do, I sometimes just go to the beach and just watch the beach by myself. And that heals me. And what I started doing is to see a therapist. And I started to deal with the things that I go through at work. And now I realize that instead of, because I used to tell myself that I'm strong. I don't need to, because I'm okay. But before, I used to convince myself that he's not going to make me cry. And I had a difficult boss, but I'm not going to say where the boss was from. He used to shout at me. He didn't have EQ, but he didn't know. So, but I understood on his behalf that, shame, he thinks I'm the problem, but, you know? So my point is, mental health requires you to take care of yourself first, because you can't take care of yourself of other people if you can't take care of yourself. So have that day, that spa day as a lady. Just go and look nice.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all my panelists and everyone who has come to share with us and also get some knowledge, and the questions were so very much interactive. I think I've enjoyed and I learned a lot. You do need those people. If you just going outside, and then you can just tap one or two so that they can be able to assist you where you're at. So I would like us to take a photo as a group before we can adjourn.
Yeah, you want in? Okay, ladies, you ready? They'll hold us to time. Okay, good morning, everyone. I know you already know who I am, but I'm wearing a different hat today. I'm not the SAIS co-chair right now, but EXCO member of OST, South African National Chapter, and it gives me great privilege to introduce to you a panel discussion that is titled Navigating Career Pathways in STEM, Insights from Women Leaders in Academia, Industry, and Business. I have the privilege today of introducing these four amazing women, and I also have a fifth person who will do the closing remarks. And they will give a little stand up or shout out or whatever they would prefer after I introduce them briefly. My first panelist is Dr. Nkobile Gumede, who is currently the Director of Innovation Office at the Nelson Mandela University, and is also the Chief Executive Officer of a company called Innovolve, the university's technology commercialization company. Nkobile, welcome. Next, this person needs no introduction, and if you don't already know her, you are missing out. I have the privilege of introducing Prof. Kelobekile Matang, who is a distinguished biomedical scientist, full professor and founder and CEO of Global Health Biotech that boasts over 25 years of experience in higher education. Welcome, Prof. Matang. I then have the privilege of introducing Dr. Geraldine Timothy, who is a public health medicine specialist with extensive experience in strategic healthcare management and serves as the head of quality of care at Discovery Health. Welcome, Geraldine. And my last panelist, but not least, is Dr. Priscilla Mansa, who I did say to her that yesterday she would keep us to time, and today I will keep her to time. Who has held several positions. She was also previously a director in the Human and Infrastructure Capacity Development Directorate of the National Research Foundation. And today she is the current director of research development at Nelson Mandela University. Welcome, Priscilla. And to also introduce to you the person who will deliver our closing remarks, a good colleague of mine, and a dear person who serves with me on the EXCO of OST SA, is Dr. Awalani Muchembele, who will deliver the closing remarks. So the way the panel has been structured for today is based on the title of the panel discussion, Navigating Career Pathways in STEM. I will give the panelists an opportunity to speak to you and share their insights for 5 minutes each. Thereafter, I will ask a short round of questions to them, open up the discussion to the audience for a few very short questions, and then followed by the closing remarks. Ladies, when you are running out of time, I will do this to say tie up quickly so that you know you need to round up. I think we will go in order of from my far left, from Priscilla. I think we will start with Priscilla to share her insights and reflections to the topic of our panel discussion today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Natisha. I'm really happy to be here. In my current role at Nelson Mandela University, I support emerging researchers. And so these are from honors level all the way up to postdoctoral fellows and young academics. And I think in discussing this theme of navigating career pathways, it's important to consider how far we've come, but also not lose sight of the additional work that needs to be done. And so for these opening reflections, I wanted to focus on 2 national reports that were published this year. The first one is Facing the Facts, Women's Participation in Science, Engineering, and Technology. And the second was released about 2 weeks ago, the STI Indicators Report, which shows how South Africa is performing. And it's encouraging to note that the number of students enrolled in higher education is increasing. So, for example, in 2021, the proportion in set disciplines is about 29%. For business and management science, it's 25%. And 46% in the humanities. And what this shows is that there's been an increase in set disciplines over the last decade of about 15%, 14% increase in education, and nearly 30% increase in humanities. So higher education is becoming more accessible, which is very good. But we do need to pay attention to the nexus of socioeconomic standing, race, gender, and disability. And then it's also encouraging to note that the percentage of South African women who are permanent staff at universities is also increasing. It was 46% in 2010 and is now 52% in 2021. But again, when we look at women in engineering and we look at the proportion of women with PhDs and the proportion of women at the professorial level, they are underrepresented, and even more so if they are Black. And so while progress has been made, there's definitely room for more work to be done and room for improvement. I was also encouraged to note that the trend over the last 17 years is that the women who are authors of journal articles has also risen steadily from 32% in 2005 to 45% in 2022. So that's promising. And so I think I will pause there. As my colleagues who work in the field of innovation, I'm very interested to see what interventions can be made for women innovators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. Geraldine?
Good morning, all. I'm Geraldine Timothy. I work at Discovery Health, heading up quality of care in strategic risk management. What a privilege and honor it is to be here today to speak to all of you, and what an amazing topic in terms of navigating career pathways in STEM for women, particularly. I'm a little bit jealous of all of you because when I was younger, we had these talks, but it's not often that you actually absorb it because it's always in hindsight that you know there's so much you need to learn as you navigate this path. So I'm coming in a little bit differently, assuming that you already are in STEM. What happens, it's not just around, getting that degree, but it's about where do you land and how do you navigate the pathway of where you want to go. And what I can tell you from my experience is sky is the limit. And when I set out, starting in academics, I didn't know where I would land. As a public health medicine specialist, I've been called a sellout for working in the private sector. But I can assure you that you may have one intention as you set out with your career, and you end up absolutely somewhere else, and it just is determined by the path and opportunities that open for you and how you navigate those pathways. I think today, I think we'll cover it in some of the questions, but I just wanted to leave with you some of my key insights that I think are important for you at a young stage to start out. The absolute importance of believing in yourself, building confidence, creating visibility. I think it's something that I learned midway through my career of how important it is to create your brand, to be known, to actually grow yourself. I think the importance of networking, mentorship, sponsorship. And I think when you get into business and into the industry, people forget how important it is to have a good, strong network of women, particularly around you. Don't forget, men are equally capable of mentoring and sponsoring, but just growing a strong female network helps you navigate all the challenges that are very unique to actual women in the actual industry. I think very important also to focus particularly on breaking the barriers that you face. One would think that in the business world, some of these barriers are less prominent. It isn't true. It's always a challenge. The higher you go, the higher the challenges. Equally as in the university and as you look at academia, in business, the number of CEOs from a female perspective is not where it needs to be. Even in my organization, as big as it is, we have to focus particularly on driving increase in terms of women empowerment from a senior leadership perspective. I hope that there are more insights we can share as we go through the discussion, but I'll pause there for now.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nelson Mandela, for the invitation and OWSD. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk about myself, which they've already explained, and clearly navigating career pathways, where I started. Let me just take a point, a stand, and said, the way we are training the students, of course we can have a lot of masters, of course we can have a lot of PhD females, but where are they going to? We don't teach them to translate their research into entrepreneurship or transitioning academia to entrepreneurship. We constantly doing theory, and then we will even keep on saying publish or perish. Why don't we say publish, commercialize or perish? You say publish or perish, commercialize or perish. I decided to commercialize or perish, not to publish or perish. Why I did that, I turned my research into a spin-off company. Not theory, practically, and the name of that company is Global Health Biotech. It was the first spin-off at the Tshwane University of Technology, where everybody never thought it can only be done in US, Europe, not in Africa. Just to show that, what are we gonna do with this PhD that are wearing red gown and they're gonna look for a job? Just to show that, why don't we just train them so that they can commercialize their research? How I did that on my partnership was those PhD students, they've got shares in the company. That is why I can come to NMU to come and talk to you guys while they are busy working. If they mess it up, they will wear that red gown and look for a job. So that's exactly what, in a nutshell, who I am, and I think we'll continue how I happened to did it, how the challenges will go on and on and on. But just wanted to tell you that I did the opposite, publish or perish. Of course, I publish or either I perish, but I was really laughing the word commercialized or perish, and I did the commercialization part, which is the true, what we can navigate our career in a real sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Nkabile?
Thank you. Morning, everyone. So as I've been introduced, I work with the Technology Transfer Office here at Nelson Mandela University. And so my opening remarks are basically going to cover contribution of women in innovation, if I could put it that way. So I think we all know that there is a high attrition rate in females in STEM sector, and only a third of leadership roles in STEM, less than a third, are held by women. So it's not easy. I think we all appreciate that. I think the fact that there are panels like this indicates that there are challenges. But in innovation, for example, I think what is interesting and why we encourage women to participate is we've shown that women innovations, they tend to have stronger partnerships. Those are the innovations that usually have a lot of collaborators during the invention stage, and also they have a lot of other parties involved in innovation, industry partners and other businesses. And those are the inventions that usually make it to the market. So women participation is encouraged in innovation, and I've got Prof. Shedi here, who's a good example of how that works. But I just, as part of the opening remarks, I just wanted to highlight two things that I think are critical for women to succeed in innovation. One is adaptability. I think sometimes we get so streamlined, you do a PhD in science, that you are so focused on getting a career in science that you're not open to other pathways. And I think there was a remark earlier on, when we have these conversations, we should also illustrate how other pathways open up. I've got a good friend of mine who, after her PhD, she went straight to a consulting company, and that career path has just been amazing for her. So there are other opportunities. If you focus on the skills that you gain from your PhD rather than the actual topic that you're researching, that will open up a world of other opportunities. And lastly, the last attribute that I'd like to highlight is continuous learning. So over and about, what gives, I think the world is changing at such a fast pace. What gives you advantage is if you're continuously upskilling, whether it's in your specific field or it's widely. A lot of in innovation, what sometimes is required to commercialize is business skills. So it's usually a researcher that is a scientist that would like to take their invention to the market, and they just don't have the business skills. You can partner, there's different ways you can acquire the skills, but as the founder, if you're gonna stay in the business or spin out with that company, you have to upskill yourself. So continuous learning in your field or in other fields that are associated with the commercialization is absolutely critical. It gives you a competitive advantage. And I think networking has been covered extensively in the previous section, and I think my colleagues here has also covered it. If you're moving to a field that is not your specialist, you have to find sponsors that can connect you to the networks in that particular field to be able to succeed. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think you got to hear insights from what I call the 4 powerhouses that I've brought today for you. I'm going to start off with a range of questions I had prepared for them. I gave them a full list, so they have no idea what I'm going to choose for them. That was the bit of the advantage I had. But knowing that they come from academia, they come from entrepreneurship, they come from innovation, and also they in some way informing policy, I chose a specific question for each of you. So I'm going to go in a special order. And my first question is for Nkobile, and it revolves around innovation and leadership. And Nkobile, how do you foster innovation with your teams, and what leadership strategies have been most effective in an industry setting? And if possible, share an example where innovative thinking led to a breakthrough in your work.
So I was hoping I don't get that question. But I think there's 2 main factors that I think are critical. I think the first one is the culture of the organization or the culture that you set up in the team. And culture is a very tricky thing. It involves the individual. So it starts from recruitment. So the recruitment strategy has to align with the vision of that organization or the vision of that team. So you have to recruit people that are aligned, and then the culture basically encourages that right behavior or that right mindset. But a second one that I think is technical and you can effect easily is creating an environment where the experimentation is allowed. Now, we all can't go crazy and experiment with every single idea. There's still objectives to be met, but you have to create a space where there is room for experimenting. If there is an idea, I always say the best teams are the ones where you create a Shopify environment for what Shopify is to entrepreneurship. Because what Shopify gave is basically a low barrier to entry to entrepreneurship. You have an idea, you have a product, you set up a shop online, you sell it. If it works, you can make a company. If it doesn't work, you kill it. So that's the culture that I think encourages innovation in a team. I don't have my own personal example, but I have an example of a lab I was in back when. The PI of this lab had created a fund. I thought it was amazing. He created a fund for experimenting. If you had an idea, literally, that you had nothing to do with your project, and you said, well, I read this paper and I saw this, and it says, how much would it cost? Literally, the first time I had the idea, he said, how much would it cost? And I was like, how much would it cost? I don't know. Then you find out how much it cost. He said, fine, do it. If it works, he gets an intern on the project, it's a full-fledged project, and if it works, gets a postdoc on the project. So it literally, and he has amazing papers. He has all the people that were in his lab have some of their own labs, some work as publishers, so he was able to create a pool of people that do amazing work. So a culture of experimentation, I think, is very, very critical. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Geraldine, I know you touched on giving some sound advice. I just want to go a step further. What advice would you have for women who are navigating the corporate ladder, especially in STEM fields, and in environments that are not traditionally inclusive?
I have so much to say on this topic, so I'm going to have to contain myself. So I can start by saying corporate is both humbling and it's cutthroat at the same time. So I'm a medical doctor by basic qualification. I've got a master's in medicine. I've got a diploma in anesthetic. walked into corporate thinking I have arrived. In my medical profession, the DR title goes before you. When you get into corporate, your string of alphabets behind your surname doesn't mean that much always. You start at the bottom and you work way up. And it's not always about being recognized for what you've qualified with, PhD, whatever it may be. You have to create your own visibility, and people need to trust you, and they need to learn how you work. And it's all about authenticity. And it's about, really, if I can't say it as many times as I have already, visibility. If they don't know you, your degrees and the titles behind you really do not precede you. In corporate, you know, in using medicine in my example, you know, you could have a nurse as your boss. You could have, I mean, in the hospital, you know, a doctor wouldn't take instructions from a nurse. You work as a team, don't get me wrong, but you're used to being the one who makes decisions, and that isn't the case in corporate. So I think very important to understand that it's a very humbling experience. It's also cutthroat. So if you don't have good support structures, if you don't have good networking, it's very hard to succeed. You also have to be very, focused as an individual. You need to have a plan, you need to have a goal, and you need to have a strong network that helps you reach that goal. And nothing says that that goal can't change from time to time. You know, when you set out, it isn't necessarily where you're going to head. And I think someone mentioned it earlier, you may be a pharmacist thinking that you're going to be dealing only with drugs, and suddenly you end up working in IT. And never would have imagined that that's where you would, find an opportunity to actually grow and become, you know, something else entirely. So I think very important around just building your networks, knowing where you want to be. And I think I'll raise one important concept that has been something I've struggled with and still struggle with, is imposter syndrome. You know, as much as you have all these accolades to your name, when you get into those boardrooms, you do feel inadequate at times. You do feel, am I in the right place? Do I know enough? So I think very important to just believe in yourself. I work a lot with hospital groups, and I can tell you as a female, as confident as you may be, you walk into a room full of only men, because the industry is still very dominated by male persons. You struggle sometimes to actually be heard. And I think it's very important to just continue believing in yourself and have someone check in regularly with you. Coaching, mentoring, sponsorship, key, critical. I'll stop there.
Thanks so much. Prof. Matang, your question is on scaling and sustainability. And then if you could share with us, based on my question, how do you balance growth and sustainability in your business? And what strategies have been effective in scaling your enterprise or business, and the advice that you would give to those who are looking to start their own venture?
Okay. Thank you so much for that. This is a real case study, because I'm talking for what I did for global health, for sustainability. My company, actually, I started R&D 2015. For those students who are here, 2015, it was just an R&D. 2016, continue. 2016, I wrote a grant, and I think I attracted more than 500,000, you know, rent for that, which was a grant. Then 2015, 17, 2018, then the company started. That was my first product, and file a patent at the right time, because one of the things that I also want to mention is for sustainability. Especially when the publish and the parishes always make a problem, because people end up filing patent very early. And if you file a patent while you are still at proof of concept, you might as well filing a liability, because you've still got a year to make sure that it becomes a full, so that it can be ready for commercialized. But if you did this very early, that becomes a problem. So I didn't do the liability route. I decided to make sure that I do the assets route. Then when I filed my patent, automatically it was a full patent, and then I was able to get it granted in South Africa and as well as in Europe. That also assisted me a lot in terms of that. Then I continue, and from there I got funds as well. I think I need to talk about how much I got. I know in South Africa, when you talk about money you have made, they start to go and investigate you. You know that. And if I'm overseas, I tell them how much I have, they start to say, we can invest in your company. So that's the difference between South Africa and other countries. So time goes on, then I was able to attract close to 15 million rand grant. So I have to be brutally honest so that you can call me there and say, can I invest in your company? Not to come and investigate me, but invest in the company. Because we need to talk so that it can be done and it's real. So then I attracted that. Then fast forward, my first product that I was able to, it was Africa Sutha. You know, if you do a biotech product, it needs to be tested. Fortunate uses South African. Partnership is very important. I use South African soccer team, Bafana Bafana, because I become close to them because I knew I've got a vested interest that they need to test my product as anecdotal studies. Fast forward, I was quite happy with that. Now, 2023, again, partnership is also very important, and knowing how to promote yourself, how to sell yourself. The Springbok says to me, we're also interested. Now I'm supplying the Springbok. Again, you know, it's just growing on and on. That was another. I've also got another product as well, which the one is for those who are suffering from big stomach. I've produced a capsule for that, so that they can flatten. I call it flatten the belly, so that it can assist them. You know, they must be smart in terms of that. It's very important to make sure. You ask me, where is this? This thing is coming from the lab. How I did it, I trained the student. This was a student doing the PhD. This is almost, I think one of the students is presenting here, my student, preparing a wound healing from her own research. Because no one come and do the publish and perish in my lab. Of course you will perish, but I want commercialization. Because you need to move to the market, because we need to make sure that. So partnership is very important. So I've got MOU with universities, I've got MOU with the University of Western Cape, I've got MOU with the University of Fort Hare. That is actually attract and makes my company to grow, because I make their life very easy. I give the students scholarship, which sometimes I make it slightly higher than NRF. I hope they're not hearing me, so that I can get the students. In terms of that, then they become so happy to make sure that they're definitely not going to look for a job. Already, I've set them for life. So that is how I do in terms of balancing sustainability to make sure. And at the moment, there are also big companies now that are really interested and to see how we can work together. I don't run away and say they will steal my ideas. I just want to tell to the young guys, they will steal my idea. Nobody will steal your idea. We want to assist you with those ideas so that we can commercialize them. So that's the problem that sometimes we've got. And I think Mobile will know that you always steal their idea, their innovation. They don't want us to assist them to take their idea to the market.
Thank you so much for that. Priscilla, last but not least, my question for you is, I felt like I would lean towards policy a bit, because I know you have had such an impactful career in the different spaces. And my question for you is, how do you see your role, even now as a director in research, but even in previous roles that you had at other academic institutions, how do you see your role in shaping STEM policy? And what are the most pressing issues that need to be addressed to support women in STEM?
That's a very good question, because the advantage of policy is that it grounds the work that has been done and makes it a requirement. I think in South Africa we are very good about targets. And that has helped us, because if it's instructional and you look at the funding that you have available, you are able to allocate a certain proportion of that to women. And one very good example, which comes from over a decade ago, around 2012, where the then Minister of Science and Technology, Naledi Pandor, found funds to invest in the SACHI 42, so that's the South African Researchers Initiative, and ensured that ring-fence funding was invested in flagship research programs. I think as universities, we can learn from that and have initiatives that advance women in STEM. And so we look at how the university can disproportionately invest in women. When they get their PhDs in the academy, put together a structured mentorship program that will help them accelerate in their career. This sounds easy to do, but it's really not. Because if you find a cohort of, let's say, 20 women academics, and you invest in them over a period of 5 years, and you make sure that all of the advice we've heard on stage today is incorporated in such an institutional program, after 5 years, you will see that these women would have transitioned, and we have examples in the South African system. So at the University of the Free State, there was an initiative called the Prestige Scholars Program that invested in a structured mentorship program for academics. This was when Professor Jonathan Jansen was Vice Chancellor. The ideas from that initiative has transitioned into what we now know as the Future Professors Program, which is a national program now supporting all 26 universities. But if you speak to DVCs, they will tell you that only two is a lot, at least one from each university per year can participate in such a national program. So at university level, we need to really find such initiatives that can support academics to accelerate their careers, to give emerging researchers consistent access to opportunities, so that regardless of the career path they choose, whether it's in academia or they become innovators, that they are supported along that route. And I would prefer to see organizations where no one perishes, Prof. Mutaung.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you've heard these lovely ladies give you their inputs. I now want to hand over to the audience. I think it's so important that you guys take the chance to ask questions, offer some comments, whatever it may be. So the floor is now open. I'd like to see a few hands up, please. Okay, we have a hand. And let us know if you'd like to direct the question to any of our panelists specifically, or it would be open to any four of them.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to direct my question to Prof. Mutaung. I like the idea of commercialize or perish. I'm in the academic space. I'm doing my PhD, but we're so fixated on publish or perish that we know nothing about commercialize or perish. So my question is, where do I start? Who do I go to? Who do I direct my ideas to? Instead of waiting to be invested in or poached, where do I go? Who do I look for help from? Because if you ask a lot of us about entrepreneurship, the entrepreneurship that we know is other skills that are outside academia. So when you say an academic should start a business, they'll tell you about, I'm going to start a baking business or something, something outside the skills that you're going to school for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Usually, how do you start? You are the topic that you are doing, that you are currently. Are you solving a problem? Real problem? Who are you solving this problem? Of course, you're solving it to publish the article, but forget about the article. Look at the market. Do you have a market of this problem that you are solving? That's usually where it starts. Quite often, we don't really know how to pose questions to solve problems that can actually end up into the market. We do research for the sake of doing research, and for me, and I must be very careful if the professors are here before they kill me, or the supervisors if they're here before they kill me. Because they've got a tendency as a student, you go to Professor so-and-so, give you a topic, you do the topic, and then he started saying to you, this is my idea, this is my topic, I know them. I'm so sorry, professors. This is my topic. This is my idea. Then already, and the IP belongs to the university. I used to say, IP belongs to the university. I don't have a problem. But allow the students to take that IP to the market. You can sign service level agreement, and I'm glad that I'm speaking to the two. You are from NMU, right? I'm glad I'm speaking to this one and to this one. They're hearing me. Now I'm so happy. What they can do, I don't have a problem because I've been doing commercialization strategy where some university, they invited me to come and take them through together with the students how to go about that so that we understand that this research that I'm doing, yes, I'll publish a unit, but I really want to spin it out or to turn it into research. And I'm glad DSI is also there. Thank you so much, DSI. They have, just when I talked to the former DDG film, Dr. Mjoha, they've got a funding, the call will be out. That funding is called Higher Education Innovation Fund. It's mainly for commercialization, that fund. And really need to thank DSI in advance for that call before the call is out. But I know that I was part and parcel of that, so it's going to go out. For the very same reason, to make sure that we promote commercialization to you guys, because there's a lot of ideas that has already been done, that's already got a product, prototype. They are just collecting dust. No one is taking them to the lab. So we need to start making sure that we do give students first preference to make sure. So the way you do your research, make sure that who is actually going to benefit beside Journal of Tissue Engineering and Regenerative Medicine, which is an article. Who is the client? Who are you doing this for? Then that will be the right track to go about.
Thanks, Prof. Christina, go ahead.
My question is directed to the prof in black and brown. Sorry, I didn't get your name. But you spoke about visibility. So I'd like to know, how would you advise, especially for women, we are traditionally trained to be modest and not to be overly too haughty, but how do I, as a young researcher and upcoming professional, how do I capture visibility and proactivity at the same time without wanting to shy away from what will people think, they'll think I'm too much, and so forth?
That's a really great question because it's something we all struggle with, creating visibility. What does visibility mean? It's not just being seen, but it's about people knowing who you are. And I think a very key important thing is people trusting you, people seeing the knowledge that you have, and seeing your work speaks for itself. So visibility, so let's look at corporate, for example. You know, everybody is scrambling up that ladder and we constantly pushing somebody off. But if your work is sterling and if it's sound, when you put it out there, whether you do it on your own or not, people see what you have done. So I think just work ethic for me is so key, critical, firstly, for visibility. But beyond the work, I, for example, in my early days as an academic, I shy away in these conferences. You know, I never really understood why I need to go and introduce myself to many people. And I was like, well, I'm here to listen to the speakers. I don't really like asking questions and putting my hand up, so well done for doing that today. But, you know, just like to stay in the background and just absorb passively. Only in retrospect now, I understand how important it is to network in these conferences. Get to know people, collect those cards, tell people who you are. You'll be amazed at one day who's going to be sitting on the other side of the table for a job interview. You'll be amazed who you need to call one day when you are, you know, so that's another way of creating visibility, just networking. Plug yourself into societies and groups. I mean, women in leadership, for example. They help you grow and they create visibility for you. Take that early leadership role. You may not feel you're ready for it, but put yourself out there. Whether it is an SRC concept, where you suddenly start believing in yourself. So it's the baby steps that eventually end up where you are actually so out there. Get onto LinkedIn. Let people see who you are. Post regularly. If you publish the article, let people know you've published it. Don't assume that because it's out in the, you know, in the actual journal that people will read it. Put it out there. Just make a name for yourself. Social media is powerful as well. There's a lot of ways of creating visibility. I think it's around understanding what you want, but it's also just believing in yourself, and that confidence eventually oozes.
Thanks so much. We have time for another question. Asipe?
Sure, what a powerhouse. I think this has been such an enriching panel and conversations, and I'm glad that these conversations are happening, particularly when it comes to pathways. And I'm Asipe Zingelwa, and I am leading the HSRC, well, DSI HSRC internship program, which used to be based at the NRF. And I think I'd like to just emphasize on a few points around visibility first, and then the second one is around where you land. So I've had the great privilege of being part of programs that look at not just funding research, but also providing capacity and skills development. Because I think as much as we get scholarships, the important part is how do you leverage on the skills to land you in a sort of better place to transition, right? And part of what the internship program does is that. So besides the vocational or technical expertise you get with the host institution that you're placed with, there's also a capacity development component that we provide where we talk about skills such as communicating, being able to put yourself out there. And recently, we've been talking a lot about pathways into the labor market, which is basically what the program is about, and talking about work-integrated learning. Because it's in the working environment that you're also going to learn how to translate your research skills into those products that Prof. Mdaung was talking about. So my interest is also around the entrepreneurial space. And I think you might have been in the room just in the previous panel where we were talking about those pathways. And one of the questions I ask is, what are the options that the students have or the researchers have, particularly the emerging researchers? Here I'm focusing on your degree, honors, and masters, right? Because PhD is sort of taking the next step once you know that you want to go through the academic route. But then in the country, we're facing quite a great deal around unemployment. And as much as you get the degree, where are you going to land? Which is the biggest question. And the program then talks about that because you have the opportunity of either furthering your studies after the 2 years of the internship, but you have 2 years work experience. And you've been exposed to those differing skills. Then the next one is around entrepreneurship, which has been a big one that we've just introduced. And I think you've basically just explained that in quite detail in the how you do that. And then the third one is also looking at, as much as you can go and do your studies, then you can go and work. You can then transition into the labor market. But there's the entry level where you don't have experience. How do you do that without the work experience? How are you going to get that job without that work experience? So my interest is around, in your spaces, how do you find the importance of mentoring, but mentoring from a perspective of the technical skills and also skills for the future. So here I'm talking about skills that are going to land you as a holistic individual to then move from that step and leverage into your next journey into the working environment. Thank you.
Is there anyone particular you want to answer, or all of them? All of them. Ladies, you have 5 minutes. 1 minute each.
I'm so happy that I'm also going to ask you something. I'm not asking, I'm just joking. But what I wanted to, I'm happy to hear that, but I've got an idea with the design thinking that how DSI, HSRC, NRF perhaps can, have your own workshop and see how are we going to assist these postgraduate students that graduate, that they will be graduating in September, ka PhD, and masters ka PhD. What are we going to do with them? Personally, I will say, let's do a pilot of this, have some funds there, and let's assist them. The people that we can incubate them and take them and train them, give them the skills, rather than go and look for a job. They've already got something, then they can turn master's or PhD into a commercial assets. That is something that I'm just giving it to you. Okay, now I'm answering your question now. You will think about that. What I'm doing in my company, because at least I can do that, I do take even grade 12 and grade 11. I work a lot with this. The young girl who's coming tonight. It's my protege. I can brag a little bit about her. Tulile Kanyile is one of the keynote speakers. We've got the program Yang Nkatuto that they are doing from grade 8. I'm not sure with the grade, standard. Grade 8, 9, 10. We are actually started to teach entrepreneur skills at high school, primary level with Nkatuto, which we started to do design thinking, entrepreneurial from that. If you see those grade 11, 12, they are the best. They can even be better than some of the postgraduate students there. Grade 12, understanding design thinking, understanding that I'm solving a problem, who is the client? And it's a grade 11, grade 12. They are doing far better than the postgraduate students that we've got. So that is my contribution that I'm doing currently. Thank you.
From a mentorship perspective, from medicine, we were taught to see one, do one, teach one. And I think that's what my motto from a mentorship perspective is. It's just teaching from the examples and from the lessons I've learned. We all stumble, we all grow. And I think it's about empowering. So, just coming back to the visibility question earlier, the example I wanted to use, and I forgot, was baking a cake. I think we also had a cake example here. My ethos has always been from the beginning, you publish that thesis, you put out that paper, which is the final product. So you bake the cake and you ice it, and only when it's fully done, you take it and you present it to the audience. What I've learned over time and what I teach everyone that I mentor is each step counts. So, if the icing doesn't turn out well, that's fine, but you should show them when that actual baked cake comes out, when you cream the butter and the sugar, whatever it may be. So mentorship for me is about your personal journey. It's about empowering others and just teaching them what you've learned along the way and unlocking where their gaps are and what their weaknesses are and helping them grow.
Okay, so I will say 3 things. One is that you need to read around mentorship. I have found the book, Nice Girls Still Don't Get the Corner Office, to be a really good book because it's pages and pages written by a woman on what young women professionals do wrong and how to correct it. I found that very useful. The World Economic Forum published the Future World of Work report that's really valuable in you doing a personal analysis of where I am, what kind of skill sets I need, to Dr. Gumede's point about experimenting. When next do I want to experiment? And then I think don't overlook peer mentors. These are the people that you work with, whether it's in your research group, within your faculty, people that you meet in social settings, at networking events like this, because you get to get a lot of information from them. And as you grow with your peer mentors, opportunities arise from those relationships as well. And then I think there's a role for senior mentors as well. So the senior academics that are in the room have been really fantastic mentors to up-and-coming students and researchers. They invite them to present at symposia. They participate in postgraduate orientation, etc. So identify these very valuable mentors. And I know in my own personal experience, they've identified opportunities and giving you the leg up that you need for the next position. So those are the 3 main lessons I'd like to leave with you. Thanks.
I'd just like to make a comment on the entrepreneurship pathway. So one of the things, there are structural things that you can put in place, and I think most universities have put in place. They've got incubators. We've got 2 incubators. We've got one that's a technology-based one, which academics, usually the commercialization of research, can go to Propeller. And we've also got a general entrepreneurship one for the student entrepreneurship. But I think it's Malcolm Gladwell who says, who found that most entrepreneurs are people who had seen someone in their family that was an entrepreneur. And most of us do not have that experience. So it's not innate for us to pursue that path. So we need these things in our environment that help us pursue that. But the structural things take time, they take investment, and you can't wait for that. So it's important for me to encourage, if you've got entrepreneurship aspirations, to do the work. There are things that are out there to support you, but you've got to investigate. If you've got an innovative idea, you find out who can help you, you talk to them, it ripples. They'll refer you to someone else until you get someone that can help you. So the main message about entrepreneurship, even when we encourage it in our places where we've got influence, is to really encourage those entrepreneurs that want to venture out to go out and do it. Just one last example. I mean, then you end up with a case where you're either going to be the Virgin guy, what's his name? The Virgin Airways person, where Richard Branson, who you just say, "Essence," and I'll just do it. I can't say what he says, but you just say, "I'm just going to head and do it." Or you become, I really like this story. I will encourage people with entrepreneurship aspirations to read up the story of the founder of Shopify, where it was the need that made him start that company, and Shopify is one of the most valued companies out there. So you either have to do it out of need or do it out of interest. But I really would like to encourage people in the room, if you want to go that route, you have to do the work. You can't wait for the system.
Thank you so, so much. I think we could go on, and you would want to ask a lot more questions, but in the interest of time, and Priscilla, we on time, say it.
Yes, you are.
So I'm going to say a final thank you to our 4 panelists. Thank you so much, ladies, for indulging me on email and making the space to also come here and share this with our young scientists. It is so very much appreciated. And I'm now going to hand over for a very short closing remarks from my colleague, Dr. Aulani Machibele.
Oh, thank you very much for everyone to participate in our discussion on navigating career pathway in STEM. So we encourage you to join Organization for Women in Science in Developing Country in South Africa. We also started a mentorship program where they can assist you. Sometimes you find that you prefer to have somebody out of your institution or somebody that you don't know. So we also have mentor that can help you out. And we really, really thank you very much for all the ideas, all the support, the experience that we're passing on. So I hope when we leave here, people will come to you and find out more, because you know there are those who are shy, who cannot express themselves. But deep inside, I can see people they're writing. If I can start asking, what are you writing there? And you didn't raise up your head, probably you need to just come in the corner and talk to them, and they can explain to you very well. We really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
And don't forget, tea and the photo is at the dome. Thank you.
Research Week entitled Intra-Africa, BRICS and EU Collaborations, Navigating Challenges, Opportunities, and Funding Avenues. My name is Dr. Nyaradzo Tliwayo, and I'm from the Africa Earth Observatory Network here at Nelson Mandela University, and I am co-moderating with my colleague who is sitting in Germany at this point, Dr. Nehemiah Latola, the project lead for African partnerships and collaborations at Nelson Mandela University. Dr. Latola, could you kindly indicate if you can hear us, and you can also set the tone for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Tliwayo. It's an honor and a privilege to, of course, be hosting this panel with you this morning. I'm pleased to join you virtually. So to set the tone for today's discussion, we are bringing together leaders, academics and experts to explore the complexity and immense potential of engaging in collaborations across Africa and beyond. As a dynamic African university, Nelson Mandela University has a strategic mandate to strengthen and co-create equal and symmetrical partnerships across the continent. In this session, we will provide a platform to share experiences, insights, and success stories that highlights the opportunities and challenges faced in building strong bilateral and multilateral collaboration or cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Latola. I hope we all feel welcome and we are ready to run this race. It's going to take us to lunchtime, and I would like to, without wasting much time, we have quite speakers from diverse sectors in our midst. And just to point out before we move on with the program, there's just a small adjustment to it. One of our speakers, His Excellency Professor Bobby Moreau, is not going to be able to join us this morning. He was going to be one of our main speakers. Unfortunately, he has a bereavement in his family, and he had to fly out of PE this morning. So on behalf of the Nelson Mandela community, we do send our condolences to his family and support. You will allow me to now introduce the speakers of this panel, and I would like to kindly ask them, as I call out their names, to please come forward and join me here on stage. I would like to introduce Professor Mishi, Sidon Mishi, he's an associate professor in the economics department. I would like to also call upon Ms. Karabo Mlambo. She is a Department of Science and Innovation Assistant Director, specifically looking to Africa bilateral cooperation. We do have as well Ms. Tugela Matubatuba. She's also from Department of Science and Innovation. She's actually the Director of Strategic Partnerships. I'd like to invite our Professor Darrell Van Grenen from Information Technology, Engineering Department, and also Mr. Sakile Ndlovu, who is joining us from the South African Convention Bureau, a business and events division of tourism. I'm sure he's in the room. Yes, please. Could you kindly join us? All right, so while he's making his way to the stage, I don't want to waste much time because there's quite a long discussion ahead of us. I want to introduce once again Professor Sidon Mishi. He's going to be our first presenter or first speaker. And we're excited to hear from the wealth of wisdom that he carries. I'm not going to preempt much. Prof, you can take it away.
Thank you so much. And a good morning to everyone. I just have some few pointers that I need to guide my talk this morning. Okay, technology is always also one of the challenges when you do collaborations and the like. Sometimes it fails you. Okay, there we go. But eventually everything just comes together. Okay, I'm going to speak about collaboration experiences, the challenges and the opportunities that I do see. It might happen that it is very much common, but at the end of the day, we might have one or two things to learn. One is that just want to contextualize collaboration, then share some experiences and insights in terms of opportunities, navigating the challenges and funding avenues. I'm not having the checkbook to sign funding, but just to talk about funding opportunities. I will speak firstly in terms of contextualizing collaboration from the point of the picture that you see on the screen there. This is the Kakum Canop Walk that is in Ghana. I had an experience to walk through that. It has got 7 bridges, but you have an opportunity to exit on the 2nd bridge. And I'll be referring to that in terms of, when you are scouting collaborations, how can you use that also as a strategy? Then later on in terms of opportunities, navigating challenges, and so forth. But yeah, let's get to navigating of challenges. So the first thing is to get to know yourself, your capabilities, interests, areas of growth and learning. I think in the earlier session, there was a mention in terms of what is it that you have to offer. Do not shy away to say what is it that you are knowledgeable about, but do you know yourself very well to be able to do that kind of statement, to be able to profile yourself? Do you know yourself enough? The challenge is that sometimes we want the opportunities, but we don't know ourselves in terms of what is it that we have that can help us to tap into those particular opportunities. What does that collaboration entail? In general, it is a give and take. There's reciprocity there. What is it that you are offering to the collaborator, and what is it that you are actually going to tap out of from the collaborator? So if you don't see it as a give and take kind of a scenario, then it is going to be very challenging to develop partnership, because your collaborator also want to learn or to also gain or benefit from the collaboration. But what is it that you are putting forward? It's a give and take. Governance, this is very much a straightforward thing, but it can be formal or informal. How is the collaboration going to work? It's one thing to have the collaboration there, but it's another to make it work. This is just from the basic of how are you going to navigate the outputs to manage the outputs from that particular collaboration. Who is going to be the first author if you are doing a publication, for example? At what point can you bring any additional collaborator or any additional partner? That needs to be discussed. Later on, you think, okay, I want to bring my students on board as well, but you need to have outlined it very much earlier enough. What are the enablers? It is important to understand collaboration in terms of also the enablers. What, where, when, and who. What are the existing relationships at institution and country level? So for example, South Africa, Norway, there are already existing relationships that are there. How do you fit into that? What are the specific goals? What are the priorities in that particular collaboration? So if you want now to collaborate with someone in Norway, then you have to get to understand what are those particular priorities. Then you build your proposal, you build your engagement based on that. If there are no existing relations between countries already, it might be a very difficult space to navigate, because in some cases, then you need to go into these memorandum of understanding and the like from scratch, which also need to be factored into your planning. So also tap into the existing funding bodies. What are their guidelines, and who can be the PI? The frameworks actually outline such. You have open discussion and alignment of expectations with the would-be collaborator. Frank discussions at the very start is good. It's difficult if you hide information, or if you don't say what is it that you're expecting from this particular collaboration, and then later try to review it, it actually breaks the whole collaboration, because it's, like I say, it's a give and take. kind of situation. Right, I think this summarizes majority of anything that I'll take. There are QR codes there, so you can scan and get more information. I just wanted to limit the information that I would be sharing here. The first thing is that we're coming from this side of the world, and we have to be very much realistic. One aspect that I've seen as the greatest challenge is that our currency in some cases is not stronger enough to support our mobility, to go to Europe and stay there for longer. So whenever you get the opportunity, make every opportunity count. There are images that are in the background. I did them intentionally to be on the background. So I can give one example. I was having a trip to go to Germany for an exchange program under the DAAD project, which I'll also highlight as one of the examples there. Then there, because I'm already in Europe, I realized that I have some possible engagement that I need in Norway, in Denmark, in Austria. So already I'm there. A greater chunk of the budget has been already covered. So it is very much easier. So make it count. So I ended up getting all the opportunity to present in Denmark, to present another conference in Germany, other than the exchange that I'd gone for. So you need to make every aspect count. Then the second one, Economic Sciences Association was coming to Africa for the very first time last year. Then someone was speaking about networking, to say how do we network. The purpose of conference is networking in the morning session. Now, what you need to understand is that networking starts before the conference, during the conference, and after the conference. So I can give just one example. I looked at the program and said, okay, this someone is presenting something that is of interest to me, and I have some idea that we can actually work on in South Africa and collaborate with this particular person because I'm bringing the South African context. So I approached the person. Oh yes, we agree, then we meet on the sidelines of the conference to have further discussions. Then afterwards, we started to prepare a proposal for submission in Taiwan. So that was December 2023. Now, fast forward, March 2023, we're having a grant, 750,000 per year for 2 years from that particular talk. Started, when I get a program in November, on a conference, I'm looking at it, and I'm realizing, okay, we have common interests, and we start to do the discussion. So you know what is it that you can put on the table, you can offer, and know what also other people would want to get. Self-profiling is very much important. I've had significant contacts that come just because of someone have seen what you have done. The DAAD project that I've put in there, it was in the department we have run the webinar during COVID-19. Then someone realized, okay, the work that you're doing here, we are actually looking for partners on this particular project because of what you have been presenting. Then later on, that is a 3-year project involving Namibia and Germany, including student exchange, staff exchange in that. So that is how you actually profile yourself, put out information there. So it is very critical to also self-profile. You can get the QR code. It also leads to a personal website. It's very much important. Some project actually requires you to have that profile website out there and to profile the project as well. So you need to look into that as well. And if you see on the pictures that are there, the very last one, earlier this year, we were attending a conference in Ghana. Dr. Latola, I think you remember this. We're attending a conference in Ghana. But on the sidelines of the conference, before the conference, he had then to identify different departments dealing with economics and say, we need to meet. So we were able then to meet also with the School of Economics, for example, in Cape Coast, at the University of Cape Coast. Happily enough, a week later, there was an MOU that I was signing, not because of our meeting, definitely. That was already the program that Dr. Latola is driving and team. But already it starts to say, whatever discussion we're having, there's already now a platform for us to go on. Because we know our institution is having that stretch into Africa, spreading into Africa. So now you scout your opportunities, also banking on those platforms that are being set. Because VC signs the MOU, but to make it alive, it requires me and you. So if it's just signed and we don't get to contact scholars in the other side of the institutions, then there's nothing that happens. So it's dead as that. I mentioned about know your worth, so I'm not going to say much on that. But most importantly, I think you also need to be able to bite what you can be able to chew. And that is the reality. Friendship, partnerships, they break because sometimes you're stretching yourself so much. You are there, you are there, you are there. But be able to say, I'm focusing on this particular project, and this is the project that I'm doing. So it is very much important to know what you can be able to do, even if you make every opportunity count. I'm very much happy also that sometimes you learn and learn and relearn. For a couple of years, we've been trying to also get opportunities and partnership, for example, into Africa or even domestically as well. In one session, I was invited to talk to Health Sciences faculty last year. I attended the session. I spoke about what we do in economics and how it can be of use to health sciences. As a result of that particular discussion, then we ended up having a Water Research Commission project that is starting this year of 2.5 million. Why? It's essential to actually be open up to these particular platforms, to be available, to talk, and to be able to share what you can be able to offer. Not only that, that collaboration, I'm mentioning it because it also involves people, scholars from Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Kenya. So it is touching then into Africa, into the Africa agenda. But if we're not available, then it's also very much difficult. So we also need to have the opportunity to make every platform actually benefit us or be able to enable what is our overall agenda. Just to conclude, it is very essential that you communicate your science. And like I said, you get also noticed because you are profiling what you do. You get known because you are building the particular profile. Nobody else builds that profile than yourself. So that is one aspect that you see. But it's also very much important that sometimes there are some ideas that will never materialize. You see this bicycle, I took this picture in Kempton, Germany. It has been there for a while. It has been packed. We know that inaction is worse. So we need to be able to do something. You can't be packed forever. Things don't come to us when we are just packed. There are these challenges that I've just summarized here: time differences, competing schedules, not well-aligned goals, mobility funding. That is why anyway we say that make every opportunity of travel, conference, exchange program, and whatnot count. Language to a lesser extent, yes, it comes in also much handy, and it is something that we also need to build in. Time difference, I found that it has been very much challenging. The Taiwanese project that I'm talking about, we have a partner in the US. Someone is sitting in Taiwan. Someone is sitting in Japan. I'm sitting here in South Africa. Just think of the time difference that we're talking about there. So for someone it's 12 midnight, in my 4 p.m. is someone's whatnot time. So these are the challenges. But again, at the end of the day, you need to find how you work around that, your expectations aligning, possibly shifting around the schedule so that you can be able to accommodate everyone. So these are the few things that I thought of sharing. And I hope that in the discussion and conversation, we can then be able to draw from there. I hope the details have helped to spark some kind of questions or comments from the floor. And the results are just worth of celebrating. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mishi, for that in-depth description and even your lived experiences. I'm sure we've all grasped something, and we'll just keep our questions. We'll have a question and answer session later on. But I actually would like to request the room to help me get to a place where we plead for forgiveness from one of our speakers who is in our midst, whom I missed, and I sincerely apologize. Dr. Sunday Ogunlanja from the chemistry department is in our midst, and he would be also speaking next. And I would like to welcome you to the stage, please. Thank you so much. You know, in our culture, if you make a mistake, especially to your elders, you will be in trouble. So I'm sure after this session, I will just take it. Apologies, Dr. Lanja.
Yes, I think I can start. Apologies accepted. So, colleagues, I would start my presentation from a different perspective. As a chemist, we need the labs, and it's very, very hectic, and it's also an expensive research. So, as the name goes, it's Adeni Sunday Ogunlaja, but people prefer to call me Sunday, so you can call me Sunday as well. It's acceptable. All right, just to give an overview as to what we're talking about here, how we can advance our research, and what are the things that we must look at when we look at collaborations. And one of the good things about collaboration is that it enhances academic quality. It also helps the students for preparing them to a globalized world, and one must also look at addressing global challenges when looking at collaborative research. And also it fosters the cultural exchange. Now, let us look at these dynamics as to Africa, because I think I'll zoom into, Prof. Mishi spoke extensively as to the world, but I'll start with Africa research. Now, you see, Nelson Mandela vision is well aligned with we going into looking at Africanization and also fostering research in Africa. And that also talks to, okay, this doesn't work on the screen. So that also talks to the Faculty of Science strategy, which also looks at having an African purposed research or science. But then we map the African context. Now, looking at African context, you would see that research is centered around, let's say, 10 countries or so. And we've got 2,700 institutions in Africa. But then the infrastructure seems to be a challenge. Scholarship, bursaries seems to be a challenge as well. And that is something that has got its own issues, because it talks to a whole lot of infrastructural limitations. It then goes into the security issues and also the cultural differences. Now, I'll pause here and just give a story as to a recent travel that I embarked on to Tanzania. In order for me to get to Tanzania, I must either go to Dubai or I find my way first to Kenya, where I'll be asked to pay $50 for a transit visa. And then from there, I go down to Tanzania. So it's pretty hectic within Africa. And the reason being that there's a whole lot of crisis, conflicts around Africa. So the travel, it's much more easier for you to go to Europe, go to Asia, US, than for you to travel within Africa. Now, the map is a bit messy, but you would see, in order for you to get to Algeria, you may have to first go to Egypt, somewhere before you can get to Algeria. And there are some countries you can't even get there. You must find a way to travel by road. And you would definitely incur a lot of visa costs to get into those countries. So these maps some of the issues around Africa. And that has led to the brain drain issues. And we see where scientists are going to. Prof. Mishi, sorry, I'm going to use you again as an example. You've got a collaborator in US and also on the other end. And this map just tells you what is happening. So the brain drain issue is there. So the challenges are well documented. But Africa has got its own interesting sides because there are people who want to collaborate, but you need more funding in order to find them and also collaborate with them. South Africa being the center point, one could still collaborate in South Africa. I'll use some of the examples that have been, the ways that I've been doing it as a researcher. So what I do is I always get short-term research students to come for 2-3 months to carry out research through international office. It's quite expensive to do that because you have to either pay for the accommodation and flights while they take care of themselves. So, but you get the manpower you need. You also foster some collaborations because the collaborator on the other side of the African institution is unable to cover most of this cost. Now, we can also look at local issues. So these are the opportunities. There's a malaria, I think recently, that was in 2020, yes, we had a collaboration with colleagues in Kenya where we focused on health-related projects. So one could also center around these, and also there are ongoing collaborations on chemistry-based science work. So one could also leverage technology based on the non-science projects. You can either focus on having online meetings, virtual discussions, data can easily be shared. And also, one could also have an international person to come into that mix. Now, this then talks to some of the opportunities that are available out there. Now, I'm an international person. There are restrictions to funding for someone like me. But then I still find this funding. But how do I do it? Now you must just keep looking. There are funding available. NRF funds, DAD do fund. I will just touch on some of the funding that are out there that is accessible to researchers and even students. You've got a whole lot of them there. Now these are some of the available opportunities, but if we then go deep into the BRICS opportunity, you would see that there's also a collaboration now happening with Russia, China, that is in partnership with NRF. And these guys are really willing to put down the millions. China and Russia. I've got a research ongoing with Russia and also one with China, and they've got the funding. So colleagues could also explore some of these funding opportunities, but the BRICS funding is quite available for researchers. And also when we look at Europe, we had a Green Quest, I think, 80 million euros project. That project is ongoing with UCT and some other institutions in South Africa. But beyond that, there are other available funding opportunities for Europe. And as researchers, we are not limited by looking at only all these opportunities. There are other opportunities that are out there. So I think I'll leave my presentation here and not talk about my area of expertise, but from all of these, what we can see is there are funding out there. We just need to know where and how to attract this funding. And at times you need an international, someone from Europe, to partner with you in order for you to access this funding. So I'll definitely be open to take more questions after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ogunlaja, and thank you for accepting our apologies. And coming on based on what Nyaratso said earlier on about how in African culture we value our elders, sometimes in research we forget to highlight the voices of the young. And so when we were conceptualizing this project, I said to my colleague Tunyaratso, you work in a network in Africa. Why don't you bring in some thoughts into this? So I want to welcome Dr. Nyaratso Liwayo from the African Earth Observatory Networks, EON, and she's going to share a bit about the experiences. And as a young academic, early career academic, how has she been able to navigate interacting intra-Africally? So over to you, Dr. Nyaratso.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Latola. Thank you to the room. I will reintroduce myself again. I'm from the Africa Earth Observatory Network. It's a research unit that actually is grounded on transdisciplinary research, focusing on Earth stewardship science. I'm not sure my presentation. There we go. Thank you so much. Yes, so I'll be looking into just a snippet of my journey as a postdoctoral fellow at Africa Earth Observatory Network. And I feel so warm in this room because I do have my colleagues. And I'm sure if you have even more questions, they'll also be available to answer to those questions. So I'll be looking into the transdisciplinary research that we actually promoting within the unit with the collaborations within Africa and also and abroad. So, you know, just banking or not overlooking the fact that Nelson Mandela University does have values that we stand on. And as a unit, we do resonate with the one that speaks to sustainable stewardship, which looks into the responsibility that we all have to conserve, to protect, and to sustainably manage our natural resources for the current and for the future generations. This also speaks to the Sustainable Development Goals and also the issue of realizing that as much as we would want to promote Earth stewardship, we cannot do it on our own as scientists, but we do it together, even with the communities on the ground. So we do have projects and collaborative engagements that inspire students, postgraduate students, and also academic staff. So as AEON, it is actually one of the global change programs, or it's been funded by the Department of Science and Innovation for over 10 years. And within the Nelson Mandela University, it was accepted or recognized as a research institute by the Senate in 2013, and promoting transdisciplinary research and postgraduate students to embark on studies that are related to earth and life sciences. And we do are centered into transdisciplinarity, community engagement, within the research work that we do with students. We don't just work in the labs and promoting publications, but we do have some relevance that we attach to the research that we do. And I'm going to just zero in on the red rectangle that you see on your bottom left corner, which speaks to collaboration with partner universities. And this is what we are talking about in this panel. And I'm going to mention the program that I was also privileged to be part of during my PhD years, which is called the IPACADE program. It was formerly in Kabaye, Africa. It's one of the global change programs. We're funded by the National Research Foundation. And IPACADE really looks into observing the past, the present, and pondering on the future. So if you remember even the first few slides, we spoke about sustainable stewardship, and the program of IPACADE promotes that, and it is one of the successful bilateral programs that AEON has embarked on and is still on even to date, including the expansion of this program around 2014 to multilateral collaborations with the German Potsdam Research Center for Geosciences and Swedish partners, including also France. So there have been more than 300 postgraduate students that came out through this program, not only based at Nelson Mandela University, but also in other universities within South Africa. For instance, the University of Fort Hare and University of the Free State. So I'm going to zero in on one of the programs that has started the relationship between South Africa and the French partners. They are called IFREME, the French center that promotes research in geodynamic and Indian Ocean sciences. So we have here on our Ocean Sciences campus around 2018, where we had postgraduate students who embarked on a postgraduate course. This relationship grew again in 2019 when we also had master's students, being transferred or being having exchange programs to France. The lady who is on the red arrow, the bottom photo, with the green arrow, her name is Magnano. At the point, she was doing her master's, and currently she's completing a PhD, and she's in France at the moment. And we have a postdoctoral fellow who is standing right at the back. He's a French postdoctoral fellow with Aon as well. So this story continues, the relationship between South Africa and also other African countries, particularly in Ghana. This geodynamic course, we had a master class that expanded in 2021, where the students from Aon visited University of Ghana, and also Cape Coast University is also part of the collaboration. And I'm glad I also heard Professor Mishi, he also has collaborations with these universities. So in 2021, Aon students went to Ghana, and they had also a course, followed by the University of Ghana students visiting South Africa in 2022, embarking on a practical excursion. Now, the two countries, they do share similar concerns in terms of coastal marine studies. So the challenges that are faced within South Africa and also the University of Ghana, especially the Cape Coast University, those links have caused even the relationship between South Africa and Ghana to be stronger. So they did have a course in 2022, and some of them are also in our midst currently. We had 4 researchers and postgraduate students involved in the collaboration. And then last year, 2023, I had the privilege of joining the team of students that visited Ghana, and we had the 2 IFREME French collaborators, Danielle and Marina, and we were at University of Ghana. We did our fieldwork along the coast, and this school has actually just shown how the relationships can grow where there is trust and where there is common ground within the research field and engagement. And the diversity amongst the group, it's something that even resonates with Nelson Mandela University, and how there is no discrimination of international student or gender. There is an opportunity for everyone, really. So honors, master's, PhD, and postdoc students are able to be part of this collaboration, thanks to the collaborators and partners, especially our supervisors, our hosts, which I really appreciate. And recently, a few weeks back, the gentleman on the top corner on your right, his name is Kwame. He is a PhD student at University of Ghana. He actually visited our labs a few weeks ago. He came with his water samples and rock samples. So that collaboration actually is showing, signs that it can grow, and he can be also one of the students that can grow from this program. Even having more students to be coming down to South Africa due to the issue of infrastructure. Dr. Sande spoke about that challenge, that sometimes you realize that if your university is struggling, if you have a partner university that has a specific equipment that you can be able to use, then the two institutions can relate and collaborate in that sense. So that's an opportunity, so that a student is not stuck in one place, causing one to maybe study for a long time. And the collaboration between these two universities not only was linked to geodynamics type of sciences, but there is this aspect of citizen science that also the two institutions have also been wanting to grow. And this citizen science aspect is one that was linked to my study in my PhD, and we are looking into growing it between the two institutions, mainly because scientists, or there is this notion that communities, and when I say communities, I'm saying anyone who either is a scientist or not a scientist, are mainly looked at as subjects of research, where we can go and do our study, collect data, and come to the lab, write our publications, and that's it. But the citizen science concept, it allows everyone to come on board, young or old, without discrimination, and they are part of the science. They are included in the science. They are even acknowledged in the scientific projects and publications. So this we are also doing within the Eastern Cape Karoo. We are growing it. We started it in Craddock during the Karoo baseline study, and then now we are growing it into other basins. We have the Great Fish River Basin, we have the Sundays River Basin, and then we have the Gamtus River Basin. So this is a picture of one of the community meetings we had in July this year, where we are engaging with the local communities and municipalities just to identify on the current concerns they have, which has mainly been water. The issue of water quality has been going on for a while. And so our lab within Aeon is actually available to get to a place where we test water and be able to communicate those water results to the communities for them to know the status of their water, whether it is fit for consumption or not. And this collaboration with the communities we're expecting to grow it within Ghana, with our two institutions we are in relation with, and also recently with Kenya, the University of Eldoret. So from the few slides I've shown, there is just also the interest or the key takeaway I can bring to add on to the previous speakers, the importance of strategic alignment, and also getting to a place where we have long-term commitment between partners, which is mainly built on trust and accountability, and just aligning to the national development plans and integrating all the project and research priorities along that, and the importance of respect and understanding between the two institutions, or even more institutions, because you find out that without that trust, the collaboration normally does not last. But I think even from Professor Mishi's presentation, you can see that there is more to learn from his experience, how that trust is built to keep the collaborations ongoing and promoting research across the world. It gave me a good experience, learned a lot of about culture within Ghana, and I think at this point, I will just end my presentation, and then we'll allow for questions for later. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite Ms. Matubatuba, the DSI, Department of Science and Innovation, Director for Strategic Partnerships, and she is representing one of our funders, and we do acknowledge your presence even today, and thank you very much. You can take the stage.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyaradzo. And thank you to Dr. Latola for inviting us and for all the preparations to get us to Gqeberha. It's very cold, it's very warm in Pretoria. We were quite surprised, but a very beautiful city. As introduced by the chair, I'm Tugela Matubatuba Dlamini. I'm the Director for Strategic Partnerships. I'm responsible for managing the South Africa-European Union Science, Technology and Innovation Corporation. I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague, Ms. Karabo Mlambo. She will come after me to talk about the Africa bilateral portfolio. I must say I was very happy when I saw your slide, Prof. Sunday, your last slide, because you sort of summarized everything that I'm supposed to present today. And I'm happy to see that our office actually is acknowledged by institutions and the information is being disseminated. The presentation outline, I just want to take you through the South Africa EU STI cooperation by giving you a policy background. I think it was Prof. Sydney who mentioned the importance of aligning the research with policy mandates. I'm also going to talk about how the department creates an enabling environment for the South African National System of Innovation to be able to access these opportunities. I'll talk about the programs that are currently open for participation. I'll touch on the BRICS portfolio. It doesn't sit with us, it sits with our other colleagues, but I'll just share what opportunities are there. And then lastly, my colleague will talk about the Africa bilateral portfolio. Colleagues, we are guided by the Science and Technology White Paper. If you are not aware, get hold of the document. And we also have the decadal plan, which is a 10-year plan that emanates from the white paper. I think Doc mentioned the National Development Plan, which we also are guided, it guides our cooperation and international cooperation. And as you may be aware, we are transitioning to the 7th administration, so we are developing the medium-term development plan, 2024 to 2029. So I think you should be aware of those policy documents. And then regarding the South Africa EU STI cooperation or Science and Technology Cooperation, we signed a bilateral agreement between South Africa and European Union in 1996. I think we are the only African country that has a strategic partnership at this level with the European Union. And I must say that this agreement facilitated South Africa's participation in the biggest framework program for research and innovation, which started as Framework Program 6, and then Framework Program 7, Horizon 2020, which ended in 2020, and currently we are implementing Horizon Europe, which I'll talk about in the next slides. And then there is a Trade and Development Cooperation Agreement that was signed in 1999. It facilitated cooperation in political, economic, social, and cultural thematic areas. I'm mentioning this slide, colleagues, so that you can see the level at which the STI cooperation is being recognized and supported. So all these instruments that I've mentioned are monitored by different policy bodies, one being the SA-EU Summit, which is chaired at presidential level, and we've got the sectoral committees chaired by our Department of International Relations and Cooperation and our very own policy dialogue on science and technology, which we share as the Department, chair as the Department of Science and Innovation with our European counterparts. The reflections on our cooperation, I do want to mention that we do have bilateral agreements with individual member states. It was also mentioned in the presentation. And navigating some of the challenges with the SA-EU portfolio, my role at the department is to research and understand these instruments, and then after that, advise the department on what support instruments to develop in order to support the researchers. And also, we promote reciprocity because, I mean, there's a perception that, you know, Europe can, you know, we want to learn from Europe, but I think European researchers can also learn from South African researchers. So there's a lot of reciprocal cooperation and that is happening. And we've seen that over the years, there's been an increased awareness of our competitive funding programs. There's been networks that are formed. The importance of networks has been mentioned over and over again. And then based on that, there would be successful participation in the programs. We've also seen that there's a strong science and technology policy dialogue between South Africa and the EU. One of the programs I want to mention is the Horizon Europe program. As you can see, it's got a budget of about 95.5 billion euros. It started in 2021. It will end in 2027. It is a European Union framework program, but open to the whole world, so meaning all the countries are eligible to participate and receive funding from the European Commission. So South Africa is one of the countries in the BRICS countries that is currently receiving funding from the European Commission. It is designed according to pillars, the first pillar being excellent science, and then global challenges, innovative Europe, and widening participation. You will see the budget breakdown. The bulk of the budget goes to the global challenges, followed by excellent science, and then innovative Europe. Pillar 1, the ones that I've highlighted, is where South African researchers can participate. So Pillar 1, which is European Research Council, the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, those are mobility programs. So one of the speakers has mentioned the issue of short-term exchange programs. These are the programs that facilitate those activities. And then Pillar 2 is where you get innovation and support actions, or coordination and support actions in different thematic areas. And then you see areas such as health, digital industry, agriculture, food, environment. It covers a whole wide range of thematic areas. We also can participate in Euratom, which looks at nuclear sciences. But for this particular theme, often the DSI is requested to co-invest, given the nature of the thematic area and the sensitivities around that. So how do you stay informed and how do you participate as a researcher? I've mentioned Horizon Europe is open to all legal entities, so NGOs, universities, science councils, SMEs, all of them are eligible to participate. You need to form part of collaborative research proposals or projects, and then it's based on the calls that are issued, and you need to follow the guidelines of the call in terms of how do you form consortium in responding to those calls. There's individual grants as well, I've mentioned, and there's also projects. The European Union has science councils around the world, which can assist in disseminating information. We also have the Euraxas platform. I've put the link there so that you can be able to visit it and subscribe to it, because you'll be able to get access in terms of the training, info sessions, as well as I think there's a page that can assist in finding partners. There are national contact points. South Africa is one of the countries that has appointed national contact points for the thematic areas that I've highlighted here. So if your research area is in this area, there will be an NCP that can assist you if you have any questions, and the list is on the ISASTAB website, which Prof. Sunday had on his slide. I'm not sure if you can see this slide, but I just wanted to show you the top African countries that are participating in the framework program. If you look at Horizon 2020, you might not see, but South Africa is leading, followed by Tunisia and Morocco. And South Africa was able to leverage more funding, and followed by the other countries. And then if you look at Horizon Europe, it's quite still the same trend. However, instead of Tunisia, Kenya is now leading behind South Africa, followed by Tunisia, Morocco, Uganda, and Ghana. Regarding the priority areas, you'll see South Africa is having more projects in Cluster 38, which is health-related projects, and then followed by food, bioeconomy, and natural resources, agriculture and environment, Cluster 35, and then the Marie Curie actions, or Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, which is the mobility programs. Regarding South Africa's ranking as a non-associated third country, you will see number 1 is Switzerland, and then South Africa is number 3, before United States, and we've already managed to leverage about 53.2 million euros from Horizon Europe, so we're doing quite well, followed by Kenya and Uganda. The top 10 organization, this is a problem. You'll see it's University of Cape Town leading, followed by Stellenbosch University, University of Pretoria, Johannesburg, Wits, Western Cape, Northwest, yes, and then our department and NRF. So there is a Nelson Mandela University there. So it's a problem. But I wanted to highlight this as one of the challenges because we're supposed to talk about the challenges. And as a department, we're trying to make access to be inclusive. We have a challenge of historically disadvantaged institutions and other institutions not taking up the opportunities. So we want to fix that together with you, and we've noted that most of these institutions actually have strong international offices, and they also have presence in Brussels. So maybe that's one area you can look at fixing the problem. Regarding the participation with EU member states, who are we likely to partner with? South African researchers prefer Germany as number one, followed by France, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, and so on. And then I did manage to pull out the profile for Nelson Mandela University. I've highlighted the PIC number. The PIC number, it's like an ID number for your institution. So if you want to submit a proposal, you've seen a call and you are interested, that's the number you're going to quote on your proposal. In terms of it's not bad, but there can be improvement. So you have 10 projects. You have 3 projects under Horizon 2020, which is the previous framework program, but you don't have any projects under Horizon Europe, so we need to fix that. You also have some projects under Erasmus Plus, which is managed by our sister department, Department of Higher Education and Training, and then also one under the Indiki instrument. I see you've also coordinated one project. Maybe it's one of Prof's projects. And then you are beneficiary to 9. So it's not bad. I also wanted to talk about the Africa initiative, that within the Horizon Europe program, there is a specific focus on the Africa-EU Research and Innovation Cooperation. South Africa is quite active as a member of the high-level policy dialogue. And in implementing the AU-EU Innovation Agenda, this initiative has got 4 priorities. It funds projects in public health, green transition, innovation and technology, and capacities for science. And the Africa Initiative 1 was implemented in 2021-2022, and then Africa Initiative 2 in 2023-2024. So we do envisage that there will be more Africa initiatives coming in the following working programs. And the criteria here is that it is a must for European researchers to partner with African researchers. So they have to have a partner in the continent. Some examples of the EU-AURI partnership under public health. It's the European Developing Countries Clinical Trials Partnership, EDCTP. Prof. Mutaung, who was in the panel, is one of the beneficiaries of this program. She did a project during the COVID pandemic. The first calls closed in April. I think the announcement has been made regarding the beneficiaries, but there will be more calls coming up. So if this is your area, please look out for them. We do have an EDCTP Africa office in Cape Town, and I've put the contact details of the lady in the presentation. I'm gonna skip this slide, but you can read. I will share the slides with the colleagues. This is just the results for Africa Initiative 1 and 2. You'll see Kenya is actually number 1, followed by South Africa, but the numbers are changing, so the picture might have changed. Then Ghana and Uganda, and so on. Other programs we are supporting, I wanted to highlight this, and I spoke to actually Doc to say I think we need about 30 minutes to do this presentation, maybe a follow-up session on the EU programs. But I wanted to highlight some of the programs outside of, in fact, it's part of the Horizon Europe program, of which the department is co-funding. So the Horizon Europe program, South African researchers get money from the European Commission, but these programs are co-funded by the DSI. So the IRAMIN and IRANET programs, these ones are phasing out because they're part of Horizon 2020, and they focused on circular economy, mining, advanced manufacturing, batteries, technologies, and so on. Currently, we are implementing Water for All and Biodiversa, and the good news is that there's a call opening on the 12th of September. So if this is your area, please look out for that. The funding for South African researchers is coming from the DSI. So please contact the email addresses that I've included there. I've spoken about the EDCTP. That's the email address of the colleague you can contact. And COST, which Prof touched on, which we support mobility and networking of researchers. COST is very easy to join. You need to just visit the website. You write to the COST chair. You join the COST action. Once you get accepted, you write to the DSI, to those colleagues listed there, and the DSI will support your participation in all the COST actions. I pause. And I think this program can be used to also look at creating networks to submit proposals for Horizon Europe. That's why I paused. It's a very important instrument and it's underutilized. I've mentioned the upcoming calls. Please look out for them. Water for All, which looks at water security for circular economy, and then biodiversity. I saw, Prof, that's your area. So please look out for the call as well. I want to talk about the support. We have an ISASTAP website. Please subscribe so that you can get information about the activities, about the calls, about the twinning programs, everything that we do within the EU portfolio, we post on the website. Financial support, we provide co-investment to the co-funding programs that I've mentioned. We provide seed funding for mobility through COST. We've got a national contact point network listed in the website. We also have an office in Brussels, a Science and Innovation office in Brussels. And I encourage the university, if you do happen to take up visits to Europe, to please write to us so that we can arrange meetings for you and also maximize your presence while you are in Europe. Going to the BRICS portfolio, I won't talk long on this one because I think it was touched by the other colleagues. Just to mention that this is the gentleman who's heading up the directorate, Mr. Tebogo Mokoma. I've listed his email address. If you need information, just write to him. And I've included Mr. Kolan, who was here actually from ASAF, who is implementing the Young Scientist Forum program. Just to say that we are part of a BRICS STI governance steering committee, which includes all the BRICS partners, and it will also include the other BRICS Plus partners in the future. The current chair is Russia, and each chair is responsible for implementing 4 activities. 2 of them is the STI ministerial meeting and then STI senior officials meeting. These meetings, they need to produce the declarations. Last year we were the chairs, and then we produced the Kabeja declaration because our activities were held here. Current opportunities is the Young Scientist Forum. The call is closing today. If you didn't know, you still have time. If you are interested, you can contact the colleagues at ASAF. Another upcoming call is the Young Innovators Prize Awards. That one, it was going to be launched through our Technology Innovation Agency. Please contact Mr. Mokoma to find out the modalities of that call, and if you are interested. It brings together 80 young innovators from BRICS nations, and then there's financial incentives for the winners. Another opportunity is to serve in the thematic working groups. These are the current BRICS thematic working groups under Russia. The thematic areas, they stay the same. So next year, it will be under Brazil as the chair. So already the department will be sharing information with the research offices about how institutions can get involved. So if this is an area you're interested in, please write to Mr. Mkoma so that you are involved in the working groups under the Brazil chairmanship. I think I'm concluding now. I wanted to mention that we also have a Science Forum South Africa, which is an annual event. It's taking place on the 4th and the 6th of December in Pretoria. I hope NMU submitted. Okay. So we'll see you there. There's an opportunity to submit an exhibition stand and also to have panel sessions. I encourage that you do attend because we'll also be having several activities where we profile and showcase our EU programs and other various programs that we're supporting as a department. So I'll stop there and say thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll take any questions after. Then hand over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Matubatuba, for that in-depth presentation. Without wasting much time, I will invite your colleague, Ms. Karabo Mlambo. She's the Assistant Director at DSI, Africa Bilateral Cooperation, and I'm sure she's also got a wealth of information she's going to share with us. Ms. Karabo.
Thank you. Afternoon, colleagues. And sorry for not having my name there, but I have already said Karabo Mlambo from the Department of Science and Innovation within the Africa Bilateral Cooperations Unit. So I will be touching on our African partnerships and many other activities. So we have currently 26 MOUs with the countries all over the continent. However, this does not mean that because we don't have with the rest of the other African countries that there are no activities taking place. So I do know the map might be small over there, but it just generally shows also the blue area would mostly be where NRF and NRF-like institutions are based, and mostly where NRF would have then calls, and I've heard that a lot of universities do have partners there. So that's the presence of NRF on the continent. And the other institutions are the likes of ASAF, the CSIR, and there we have the South African National Biodiversity Institution. So we implement activities through joint programs of actions that we sign with our counterparts. So as we are the DSI, so we would have counterpart relations with our ministries of science and innovation on the continent. The different modalities of implementations are through joint research programs, innovation calls, which are co-funded by both countries. So like Tugela mentioned, we would co-fund. So for example, in a country like Lesotho, and because it's a LICD, low-income country, that the department would fund 80-20%. Then with countries that obviously also have, the power of finances, we would go 50-50, and these would go to such activities. And as you can see there under the NRF, these would be through joint calls and trilateral calls, which we've once had between South Africa, Namibia, and Mozambique. I just don't know particularly which thematic areas those were. And we have research chairs collaboration as well, R&D infrastructure, which I've heard is quite important and has also a lack of, because what we've realized as the DSI, most of our counterparts have actually come through with requests for policy development. Because, as South Africa, through our policy as well, from the white paper through to the decadal plan, we do have quite robust policy structures, so they would learn and request for capacity development. And then under TIA, Technology Innovation Agency, which I realize has also quite a good potential, for the entrepreneurship activities that were spoken about. So what we've done with TIA is actually been able to create a program where we put them into the continent. So the biggest program that we've actually found that our counterparts that don't necessarily have a strong institution like TIA, but most of them are based in universities. So, for example, the tech stations, they've really found that is something that really works for them to commercialize and translate some of the research that their researchers and scientists have in their universities. And then we have also support of techpreneurs. What we've done here is that we have paired South African researchers with African researchers based on what interests they have and what it is that they can make out of the collaboration, and this we would call under, a tech entrepreneur kind of program. And SAIS there actually stands for the Southern African Innovation Support Program, which was a program actually funded by the Finnish embassy, where it took most of the institution in the Southern African states to collaborate. So there were good trilateral projects that came out of that, and which actually now we call it, because the Finnish is no longer funding, now it wants to be self-sustainable. So some of the countries are now expected, obviously for sustainability, to continue to fund and obviously support the beneficiaries going forward. ASAF, as you know, was also part of, organizing. We also have had a Intra-Africa Academy Science Engagement Program with ASAF, whereby they've actually worked in 5 countries, Lesotho, Botswana, Eswatini, Mauritius, to help some institutions to develop or create, establish rather, science academies, so they have young scientists and then they have the well-established, and ASAF has actually done very well with that. And then obviously under the WRC, I also heard there's a project on water that was actually funded recently. That goes as well for the CSIR and SANSA, which is the South African National Space Agency. As Tugela also mentioned earlier on, we are driven very strongly by our science diplomacy aspect. And this is where how we've driven our Africa engagement strategy and science diplomacy strategy. And as I've said earlier on, has been assistance of our counterparts on the continent, so that we too as South Africa create a market for ourselves eventually, as we are doing back at home. So this has been in policy-based practices, resource with international partners, which Europe has been quite helpful in that state to actually create national programs. And of course, leveraging on those international funding. And I think one thing that I've noticed myself is the access to opportunities which are in training and mobility. Just under the programs I spoke about, where we fund NRF to also fund researchers in South Africa to collaborate, most has been a challenge on mobility and conference funding, which has also not seen, because of the short space of time, which has been 2 to 3 years, which is not a lot. I understand a lady earlier on was actually saying, for us to see impact, it would have to be probably 5 years or plus, right? So this is something that we've also been working on, but we really do need our counterparts as well to assist us in this. Also supporting South Africa's influence on the global governance forums, which are actually SADC and the AU. I think I didn't mention that we also have colleagues that deal with the multilateral Africa. So we would deal directly with the bilaterals. They are on an African Union level and the SADC platforms. Okay, so the policy, science diplomacy instruments have actually, as the department funds entities like the NRF TIA, CSR, and the National Intellectual Property Office to work with our counterparts for various requests on their side, but which are actually guided by the MOUs and the plans of actions that we have. So if there is an interest from the NMU, we'd have to maybe share that document for you to also align with regards to what's there, but that does not stop us if there is an interest of the NMU, excuse me, in any other African country to take it forward from there. So what we've done also, I guess, especially with the new dawn of our, the 7th administration, I think this is also an opportunity for us to improve how we do things. There is a Twinning Universities program that we, created in the past 3 years. We're trying to just see through the implementation. It's got its challenges here and there. We're also, now including TTOs and TVETs, which the time before we separated yet again with our Department of Higher Education, they were more focused on TVETs. So this is what we still are trying to continue as a department. So there's a co-development of new curriculum. I'm not too sure as well how often or how strong that is, where academic fields actually are able to, besides research collaboration, to co-develop new curriculum. I think this would also respond to the likes of the new world of work that we were mentioning earlier on. Obviously also coming up very strongly, they're creating sustainable student and staff exchange programs to exposure of that different culture. Because what we actually also have in our chief directorate, we've noticed not a lot of South Africans actually take up universities on the continent. And that has been something that is challenging to us because we don't know why, right? We've done a survey. Some of it has been obviously not knowing the culture. I mean, you did mention earlier, Sunday, those differences. But I mean, the continent is in our hands. Its development is. So it would be interesting for me to find out or probably engage why there is no interest, because there are kind of scholarships that we're kind of bringing up to take some students into the African continent. And this would be at a personal level, whether you identify Algeria because it's strong in this or that, we are definitely, as a department, would like to fund that. And eventually, in the next 5 to 10 years, we have a lot of South Africans going to our African universities. So we obviously also encourage our research collaboration to be going through Centers of Excellence and the OR Tambo Research Chairs Initiative at the NRF, which I know also has kind of been challenging to get by, but this is what we work through most of the time to make better. So those funding opportunities are under the SCIES program, and also the Science Granting Council initiatives. I'm not too sure how much NMU is also part of this, but the third phase that the NRF is now going through is actually trying to improve on quite a number of issues. And I think without trying to also talk to challenges, which I can come to, some of these initiatives are trying to address those challenges. So I think with this being the first, part, and as Tugela mentioned, we need more communication and perhaps engagement on how these opportunities are taken up. Okay, so I'd love to share this. This is quite exciting for me. So under Tanzania, we had facilitated research programs through the NRF, with a counterpart, which is the Commission on Science and Technology. And the priority areas that were identified were under health, agriculture, nanomaterials, and ICT. And the grantees come from 19 institutions, 11 in South Africa, 9 in Tanzania. 60% of the grantees were professors, 25 were females, 11 doctoral and 7 postdoctoral students benefited. And there were 27 publications. However, in publications, what we've noticed with most countries is that the researchers will collaborate. However, there's not a lot of co-publications. So the 27 has a larger amount of South African researchers only publishing by themselves. and those come within those challenges that are infrastructure-based, and some to a certain extent at a government level, policy-based. Okay, so following the Tanzania, excuse me, colleagues, it's the cold. I should actually get some hot water and lemon. So after we closed off that joint research projects, what we then said is we'd like to obviously see the translation of this research, okay? So we upscaled about 4 of the projects, which was quite a competitive process. 4 projects in South Africa and 4 in Tanzania for the establishment of a technology innovation program. And this was implemented by our mobile labs in South Africa, which is based at the Innovation Hub. And this joint program was branded Twiga, which is actually giraffe in Swahili. So this was quite exciting because what we wanted to do is allow the people access of possible markets, whatever those opportunities were in Tanzania and equally the side. However, okay, so the 4 of these are some of them, and that's the Twiga Innovation Labs logo. However, the challenge that came in, which also is something that we're learning, I mean, as the DSI, we come from the policy, and right now, the biggest thing that our decadal plan is talking to is the translation of everything that we've done over the years, and now translating it through entrepreneurship, through the socio-economic development of the country and on the continent. There were challenges though in this because there was no soft landing that, you know, of an experience that we had, even though we were guided by the likes of M Labs that have those expertise. So for us, this is a learning process that is also very good for future use. And then on Kenya, seeing that Kenya comes up very, you know, strongly together with South Africa, this is under the joint research projects was quite exciting information to find out. Most of the thematic areas that were identified, but this is not exhaustive: ICT, agriculture, health, environmental studies. The grantees came from 52 institutions, about 290 researchers, 110 postgraduates were supervised, 39 male and 63 females, and then you'll see those, the details there of that. So it enabled around 107 research mobility related activities, supported 43 peer-reviewed publications and 37 conference papers. So, I mean, there's a list obviously exhaustive of most of the countries outside of Tanzania and Kenya. And one thing maybe I can also share with Nyarato after this is probably the scientometric study that we did as a DSI on research and development priorities that South Africa and its science and technology collaborative partners on the continent. So it actually goes through all of the countries and what is strong, you know, whether it's based on the strength of collaborative links with South Africa. Kenya comes off really strongly, again, Tanzania, Namibia, Zambia, Egypt, Mozambique, etc. So it goes into details with, okay, what are the strong thematic areas? So we also then hope in universities identifying, this would also be on what the strengths that you're interested in, or the students or researchers. So yeah, with that, I think that's a scientometric study. I can share that and then you can disseminate. Our resource mobilization then, actually the greatest part would also be the likes of the EU, but obviously we're looking also at the likes of China. It's coming up very strongly as a partner on its own. So those are what we're trying to look at beyond bilaterals, are actually trilateral and multilateral, because I guess over the years we have built very strong capacities in our country, so it would be better if we come together at a trilateral, multilateral, and put those together, and perhaps successes, we will see more successes in a shorter space of time. STI and trade, I hope I'm not running too over the time, but I'm just gonna give me 1 minute here. Another matter is also on the Africa Free Trade Agreement. I think everything we're working towards is to eventually trade amongst ourselves. And this is now what we'd like to create, such opportunities where we find ourselves being part of and especially leading. So these are some of the access to foreign markets, particularly on the continent, that we'd like to create through these entrepreneurial opportunities and so forth. Challenges. I think I'd like to just run through, especially the experience of Africa bilaterals. I've said them, I've mentioned it, but besides the policy landscape as well, what I've noticed is on these research collaborations, the monitoring and evaluation of success stories happens outside of the usual research collaboration. So maybe at the level where universities or researchers themselves are working, but we don't get to know of these success stories. And I think, just like Prof was saying earlier on, to profile how much we're actually doing eventually in the system. And some of the bottlenecks are those duration, which restricts the possibility of positive outcomes. So the restructuring and linking of joint calls to scholarship is needed. And exploration, like I said, of trilateral and multilateral. Thank you, Nyaradzo. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much. I think the colleagues from DSI really covered a plethora of topics, and trying to summarize that would almost be asinine. So to that, I say to Ms. Matubatuba, we are definitely taking you up on the call for an additional, more in-depth exploration with your office on the opportunities, as well as the DSI, whom we have started some conversations with our partners in the research support and management department. So we'll definitely take up those calls to engage a lot more and create more opportunities for academics to engage in all of these opportunities. So I think we'll move on, colleagues, on the program. We are running a bit tight, so we'll ask our two last speakers to please keep to the 10-minute time that we've allocated. And then hopefully we have just some questions and further engagements during lunch. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome distinguished professor of IT, Prof. Darrell van Grenen, who is also a member of the BRIC South African Skills Development Working Group, amongst others. So please come up, Prof. We welcome you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was getting quite excited earlier on when there was reference to youth, and then I realized that I have benefited from all the funding instruments that the colleagues listed here, going right back to FP6. So I suppose I qualify for youth on the other end of the scale now. So I'm going to speak to you today, not about the research and everything else that I've been doing at the university for some 20-odd years, but to highlight some of the challenges that we are experiencing within the trenches of putting together the BRICS program and the research between the different countries. And as was mentioned, I'm part of the Skills Development Working Group, coming up with that singular curriculum for the 4 BRICS countries, being Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa. And then also I'm part of the technical working group for ISO on intelligent transport, which has to feed into this as well. So you can imagine the challenges that we have to deal with in terms of that. So I'm mindful I'm standing between you and lunch. So before I become your lunch, let me just be a little bit more careful in terms of what I say. I've listed some there, some of the challenges, and I need to say that when it comes to skills development, the collaborations between the African nations, the BRICS countries, and the EU face very unique challenges that we have to try and solve. And some of these are quite difficult to address because they speak to human capital development, but also to enhance productivity and then to drive economic growth within these different countries. So if we look at the challenges that I have there on the screen, the mismatched skills and labor market needs, you can imagine bringing Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, China together, that we have a diverse workforce and in many ways an underqualified workforce, specifically on the African continent, and then we go to some of our counterparts and we find that it looks very different. So we need to look at the lack of vocational and technical training within the African context, but also within the BRICS context. So whilst there are skills development initiatives that exist, they are often just focused on specific areas. And if I bring it back to the Eastern Cape, for example, we have the motor industry, the maritime industry, and all of that here. How do we reskill our workforce to fit into the BRICS narrative as we move forward? If we look at the limited access to quality education and training, it's no secret that on the continent, in many areas, we have underqualified or not qualified teachers. Plus, there's a limit in access to facilities and infrastructure. I'm not going to speak about inadequate funding and investment because one can make the argument both ways. What the colleagues have just presented speaks to funding and investment in terms of research. It does not speak to funding and investment in terms of skills development and other avenues. So those are issues that we need to look at our private-public partnerships and how we bring the private sector into this. And I have to say that colleagues, the organizers, I note that we don't have representation from the private sector today in this panel, and it would have been interesting to hear that. In terms of technological gaps in the digital divide, there are many different areas that we need to look at. Unfortunately, in terms of the EU, we find that their technologies, etc., are very resource intense and often completely irrelevant to the context of the BRICS countries. So if you look at Brazil and India, China, South Africa, you see a fairly similar landscape in terms of that. So we need tailored approaches to the skills development. And I'm just thinking ahead, tomorrow we happen to have a meeting again, a working group meeting. And currently the groups, the two countries leading the skills development is South Africa and China. And to make those two make ends meet is becoming quite challenging, just because of the diversity of what it is that we need to offer. And that brings me to the next point of cultural and linguistic barriers. Colleagues, I cannot begin to describe when we have meetings of this nature, the barriers that we have in terms of language. And we're talking about technical language here. So how do we bring that down to a space where there's a common language of technical language? And that common language does not relate to the language of English, but what is technically common between the different countries. So those are real challenges that we need to face. And then, of course, the policy and regulatory inconsistencies. It's quite challenging to explain to colleagues that within a South African university environment, if you want to change a curriculum, it's not a question of just we decide we're changing the curriculum or we're bringing in a new program. It's a 5 to 6 year process. And all of us who are involved in curriculum development at higher education institutions know that it is not an easy thing. In other countries, it's far easier, it's less cumbersome, the red tape is less. So to bring those worlds together becomes a major challenge. But of course, like with any challenge, there are also opportunities. And I think for the researchers in the room, these are really some interesting research questions and research challenges that you can also explore from the different disciplines. I come from a technologically engineering type background, but also want to remind us that in all of these, there's also the human element. So it does create the opportunities for transdisciplinary work. So if we look at the demographic dividend in Africa, we have a young and growing workforce that really presents us with unique opportunities in terms of our economic growth and how we plan to align those to the industrialization and entrepreneurship on the continent. And I think that is where our strength lies, is to look at entrepreneurship on the African continent. And those of you who know me will know that I've been working on the African continent for many, many years with many partners. And one of the strongest elements of that is always entrepreneurship in our communities on the continent. With that comes the technology transfer and the digital skills development. I think we need to look at how we use that to boost productivity and innovation in the key sectors. And those key sectors are not only always health and education, but let us look at the food insecurities, the waters, you know, the new energy sources, climate change, all of that on the continent. I think those are areas where we as a continent, together with our BRICS counterparts, can truly develop new and innovative projects and take those forward for our entrepreneurs, but also for our startups. And of course, alternate energy is a beautiful area to look at for that. Then strengthening the vocational and the technical education, the TVET colleges. In this particular space, they have a very, very important role to play. And it is time, again, that we revisit how we interact with those spaces. In other countries, such as Brazil and India, Brazil has really taken the agribusiness to the next level. We know that India is well known for their IT sector and how they get together their innovation hubs to do things there. So those are areas that we need to tap into. And then, of course, the public-private partnerships. I've spoken about that before, but let us look at the high-growth sectors like renewable energy, digital technology, and digital healthcare. Those are areas where we can really look towards our counterparts, and I want to say specifically India and China in the BRICS context, because they are leading us in terms of those spaces. Then, as far as innovation entrepreneurship is concerned, of course, the African innovation ecosystem is actually quite strong. We need to put more effort into our innovation hubs on the continent and also look towards startup funding that can support that. Recently, I had some meetings with young startups in South Africa and here in the Eastern Cape in particular, and they're in rural Eastern Cape. So they were saying to me, how can they get involved without people taking their ideas or just overruling what it is that they have as a young startup? Now, colleagues, that to me is just unacceptable. Why should startups fear, you know, getting a startup going because people will take their ideas? So how do we deal with that? And looking to the colleagues of DSI here, those are issues that we certainly can benefit from some of the agreements that are in place through TIA and other bodies as well to support those. And then access to alternative and sustainable funding sources. I'm not going to speak more about that, but I just want to put out that there is funding available, but a lot of the funding is focused on research and not necessarily on executing how we get the research to work between the different countries. So how do we get the policies and the strategies and all of that implemented? Let me give an example. I am required to travel to China in November. The Chinese government has offered that the moment I set foot on Chinese soil, they will pay all the expenses to participate in all the workshops, do all the work and everything else. I need to see to it that I get from here to China. Who's going to fund that? So those are the kinds of challenges that we deal with. But of course, I mean, there are instruments, but it's not always as easy as just filling out a form and saying, I want the money. So I want to say that as I conclude, that the opportunities underscore the potential for transformative collaborations between African nations, and I firmly believe in that. As some of you may know, I run the Center for Community Technologies, and we go by In Africa, for Africa, by Africans, because that is what we believe in. But we also need to involve our BRICS counterparts and use the EU funding instruments. I mentioned that I've benefited from all of those. And I can vouch for the generosity of the EU funding in terms of what one does. And even instruments like Erasmus Plus, etc. But make sure that you deliver on those as well, because the EU is a very unforgiving funding body. If you don't make and do as you said you would, you have a problem. So in the skills development arena, I want to say, let us harness these opportunities. The regions can foster a skilled and adaptable workforce, which is what we need as we move into the fourth industrial revolution. We can drive economic growth through this process, and ultimately what we all strive for is to improve the livelihoods of millions of people on our continent, but also in the other BRICS countries, to contribute ultimately to long-term psychological well-being of the respective populations. And if we don't see that as our mandate, then I think we're in the wrong place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Van Krelen, for the challenge that you have posed even in our midst. Opportunities are underscoring potential in Africa. Last but, okay. Okay, sorry. All right. Okay, I would like to not take too much of our time. We have gone over the time, and I want to invite Mr. Sakile Ndlovu. He is from the South African National Convention Bureau, and he's going to give us also a brief on the funding opportunities available for conferencing. So the postdocs in the room or postgraduate students, we need to have our ears wide open. Mr. Ndlovu.
Good afternoon, everybody. I promise you I'm not going to take more than 5 minutes. I'm just going to highlight the important points for academics and also for future experts. So I'm Sakile Ndlovu. I'm from the National Convention Bureau. I'm a business development and research there. So our role as the Convention Bureau, we offer financial assistance and non-financial assistance to academics who belongs to various associations, international and regional associations. And those associations host conferences that rotate between member countries. Some of them includes bidding. Some of them, if you're an executive, or they appoint you to host that particular conference for future editions. So if you require any financial assistance, please reach out to us. Just this to highlight who we are, and I think the other important thing I should highlight that we fall under South African tourism. We are a business events that focusing on attracting international meetings to South Africa. There are a few academics that we have worked with from the Nelson Mandela. I think one conference that we supported was the zoological one that had taken place, I think, 2 years back. And we were able to work with Dr. Mzilikazi. And our bid support, it's both financial and non-financial, and it's a subsidy. It's not to fund your conference, but it's to assist you to with the hard costs that are related in hosting a conference. For example, our financial support can go towards paying your venue, your audiovisual, your catering, your shuttles, and etc. So we are attracting conferences that are from the key sectors that South Africa is focusing on and the National Development Plan is focusing on. And also sectors that are aligned with the economic sectors that Brand South Africa is focusing on attracting investment. So our support services are in the form of 5 elements. Each, it holds weight in terms of financial. If there's bidding that is required, we work with you to put together that brief. If there's a site inspections, we pay for 2 economy class for the international representative to come to South Africa to have the site inspections with yourself. And we also organize the ground logistics so that you don't incur any cost during the site inspections. The convention support is where you need recommendations in terms of venues, hotels, negotiation rates, and all that. The delegate boosting support, it's where now we have been awarded the conference and you want to market your events. So we offer anything between 84,000 and it's kept at 140,000 specifically to market your event to maximize delegates' attendance. On-site support, it's money that that can go towards your gala dinner, your welcome function party, or you want to have a welcome desk at the airport, then we are able to use that money. So over and above this, we have what we call a subvention fund, which is kept at R1 million. So when we score your event, you will get between a minimum of 100,000 and it's kept at R1 million. So key considerations when we score your event must be an international or regional conference, or it must fall within the MICE concept. So anything like your festival, sporting events, we are unable to support that, but if there's a conference for referees, like we did with the Netball World Cup, then we are able to support that part of the event. If it's an international conference, 40% of your delegates must come outside the borders of South Africa. If it's an African regional conference, 20% of your delegates must come outside South Africa. So we support any events that has a minimum of 50 delegates in person, given that it meets the ratio. The economic sectors is the one that I've alluded on, and we also look at your event. Does it demonstrate any export stimulus? Does it demonstrate any foreign direct investment, trade industry stimulus? We also look at the service. The service will mean, as the academics are presenting their papers, there are recommendations for police implementations and all that. If your event demonstrates that, then we are able to provide you with an extra funding. We also look at the knowledge. The knowledge, it always ticks the box because it's when people gather together, they share knowledge and vice versa. We also look at the profile of the event. If it puts South Africa on the global stage at that particular point, then we are able to incentivize you accordingly. There was one conference, it took place, I think, 2 weeks back in Cape Town, the astrology conference. We were part of that as well. So it generated free media and put South Africa on the map at that particular point. So we were able to do that. And we also award you accordingly if you host a conference during a low conference season. So these are the points that we look when we score your event. And you don't have to tick all of them in order to qualify for our support. And the mistake that people make as well is that they will apply for 500 delegates conference and they will think they will get more money. And that's not what we look. We consider this, because for us it's not about the numbers, but it's about the knowledge, the knowledge economy that it brings by hosting that particular conference. So colleagues, thank you for giving me your time, and as I promised, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlovu, for that brief outline of the opportunities, funding opportunities that your department offers So we are well into the lunch hour, and I would like to invite at least 2 questions from the floor to our panelists, and then we can take our discussions, further discussions, even over lunch and during this whole week. Unfortunately, we will have to just rush through. Not that we would want to undermine anything, but I would like to invite 2 questions or comments from the floor, please. Okay, so we have 2 ladies.
Good afternoon, everyone. The last speaker, I just want to find out, you touched on during the presentation the religion side of the conferences. I just want you to speak more, a little bit more, on how, what do you mean? Is it only academics, or maybe churches and other religious bodies can get, when they're having conferences, then we can bid for support or something? I just want to know. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So the support is available to any academics, any NGOs, any national associations that wants to host an international conference. And then we are able to work with you, or any corporate company, because we also provide support for corporate companies for the, but I mention academics because it's the environment that we're in now. It's we're speaking to academics. We also have support at the national level, but the funding is not the same for national conferences, which doesn't require you to have international delegates, and that is kept at 300,000. But in return, you need to work with us in order to bid for your international conference. And it doesn't have, you don't have to win the conference, because we know the decisions, it doesn't sit with you, and we can bid up to 3032. We already have events that we have won for 2028, 2029, 2032, and we have committed financial supports towards that. And we also taken into consideration the inflation, so that when you host a conference, you still have the money still sufficient to cover some of your expenses. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Pinda Sekelelwa. I'm a PhD candidate, and my question is directed to Prof. Meshi. Prof, you spoke about self-profiling, so I just want to know, where do I begin to put myself out there and ensure that I access those collaborative opportunities?
All right, thank you so much. So the very first point is to get to know yourself in terms of, like, for example, you're saying you are a PhD candidate, and what is it that you are researching on, and why are you researching on that particular topic? Why did you even start to do PhD for that matter? And who cares about what you are researching? So if you start to talk about that and to start to link with people that are doing the same thing, then that is how you're profiling yourself. So yes, you're an academic, and when you do publication, it's also about sharing it on your LinkedIn, on your X, on your any platform that you can, including even the WhatsApp status that people do share about, because you are profiling yourself. And when there are conferences like here, I understand that there was also a parallel session for conference for the young scientists. Then it's also a matter of share your knowledge, apply to what, to submit your abstract and do the presentation. There was also like an opportunity, I think, for poster presentation that was happening alongside this particular conference. So that is where it started to say, okay, let me summarize. You're going to get feedback from people, and you don't shy away from criticism. You actually embrace it to say, okay, someone is going to come and say your poster could have added A, B, C, could have done this, but then you take it to another level. So that is how you do your profiling. Opportunity for seminar, webinars, and whatnot to present, be able to raise up your hand and say, I want to make a presentation, and you receive feedback. So that is how you start to do your self-profiling. Thank you.
I'm going to just extend grace for one burning question. Burning, it has to be a burning question. Yes, Doctor.
Afternoon, colleagues. Albert Kagande, postdoc fellow, Development Studies. My question is directed to Prof. Mishi and Dr. Sunday. Two questions, actually. One has to do with ethics. You may collaborate, and like Prof. Mishi, you have partners in Taiwan, United States, and the like. How do you navigate the issue of ethics for any research that you want to do? Who is responsible to get ethical clearance in such a dynamic, collaborative project? And also the issue of funding. I'm a postdoc fellow, so I float between being a student and being a staff member. I don't know where I sit. And if I'm to bid for any contract or funding, there are sort of hurdles that I would have to overcome. It doesn't come to me directly, it goes through the PI. The university also gets a chunk of the money. So how does one manage those dynamics? Because if someone is giving me 100,000, for example, it is not all coming towards whatever work that I would want to do. So how do you put an additional 20-30% to cover any additional costs that might come with what you're trying to do in the project? Thank you.
I was hoping to push some, just to Professor Sunday here, but okay. So first is that, issue of ethics remains the same because we need to observe, ethical considerations. We need to take into account that so much serious. Whether you're doing your research alone here or in collaboration, you still need to observe that. So in terms of clearance, those are the groundwork that I was talking about, that you need to get to understand the regulations in each particular jurisdiction. And for example, in a project in Norway now, already we applied for ethical clearance, we received ethical clearance from Norwegian side, and also busy in the process of getting also ethical clearance here. So you need to take that into account. But you will see that the principles that are govern ethical conduct in research are basically the same. They're international principles, so there won't be any challenge there. But the administrative aspect, that is what you need to take into account. The Norwegian one, we're struggling because it has to be like in Norwegian language, but we also need to understand it. So if you take that into account, then you'll be able to sort of navigate. In my book that we're launching on Thursday, I have a complete chapter on research ethics and all those other dynamics, so that might be also of interest. Then, can you take the funding one, possibly?
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Thanks, Prof. Yes, so with regards to funding, what I would suggest you do is always factor in 20 to 30%. To cover some of the additional expenses. That's one. Now, looking at the dynamics of being a postdoc and funding has to be channeled through your PI, it's what we all face. When I started as a postdoc, some funding gets channeled through the PI. But once you've gone through the phase of being a postdoc and you are confident of becoming a research fellow. There's a research fellowship available currently at the university. You are able to have your own group. You can start doing your research as the PI itself. And beyond that, there are colleagues as well who also go into becoming a research associate. Unfortunately, that does not pay. You don't get salary, but you're able to supervise, attract funding. In chemistry department, we've got over 5 research associates who are attracting NRF funding, and they are supervising students. So that's something you can consider if you feel like you want to go into an independent research. But all in all, I think for a start, starting under the guidance of your PI or your host, you then learn how to navigate and then becoming an independent researcher. Just to touch on briefly on the ethics, I just want to add on to say in science, I'll talk to Nelson Mandela University Science Ethics. For Faculty of Science, yes, we do struggle a bit to getting our ethical clearance going. So what we usually do is to see how, for some of the colleagues though, to see how you can get your ethical clearance from the other side and the research gets done. But either way, you still need your ethical clearance on this side. So it's a bit tricky, and for me personally, I think after waiting for over a year for an ethical clearance, I made up my mind not to go into those kinds of research. So it's a difficult thing to do, but I'm just hinting towards maybe you've experienced one of those things, that's why you raised that. But it's tricky. But if there's a way you can fast track ethical clearance, then it's good. If it's not required as well, it's also good, but for international funding, you need it. So, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can we just give another round of applause to our panelists? And I would like to appreciate you all for your patience. And I would like to give Dr. Latola maybe a minute to close the session for us, please.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I firstly want to start off by thanking all of our panelists. Thank you for honoring the commitment to come in to join us in these pertinent conversations. I was telling Yarat, so you know what, I want you to moderate, but I also want to be there because I'm so excited about the possible new avenues and the challenges we can explore, because many times we tend to waver away from things because of the challenges that we encountered. But to learn from people who successfully traversed that field, and also from people who can support us through funding, through their support initiatives. That is really valuable information for young academics, for experienced academics, and academics just looking to start out some research on the continent. So thank you to our panelists. Our deepest gratitude to you, Dr. Adliwayo. We thank you so much for answering the call to come and co-moderate with us, the International Office, the Research Week organizing body. We thank you for allowing us the space to be here and to engage on these topics. To all of our attendees, we are sorry for taking some of your time, but we thank you dearly, and please have a lovely Research Week and safe travels to those who will be returning to their respective homes. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you very much. We can all go for lunch and also get ready for the next afternoon sessions.
Recording stopped.
tried doing a little bit of research just before the beginning of this session, just to compare the number of postdoctoral research fellows we've had since perhaps 2006. 2016 actually, but between 2006 to 2016, we had just about 54, and as of now, we have over 134 postdoctoral research fellows, and the other cohorts, which is the research fellowship itself, and it's quite a nice spread. When I was quite impressed to see that between male and female, we sit in about 49 and 51, so it's just about 50-50 male to female ratio for all the postdocs that we have at the university. And also with regards to nationality, about 50% are South African nationals, and then the other 50% are foreign nationals, which kind of just shows you the depth and the richness of the different researchers that we have. And postdoctoral research fellowship plays a crucial role in advancing knowledge and innovation within universities. You know, the contributions are significant for several reasons. You know, one of the reasons is with regards to research advancement, mentorship and training, so many people also supervise. There's a lot of interdisciplinary collaboration, like myself. I'm a chemist by training, but I'm currently at the physics department, and we're doing interdisciplinary research with some guys from the geosciences department. So that is one of the benefits of being a postdoc student, that you are able to, or fellow, you're able to work in more multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary spaces, you know, and also there is the aspect of societal impact. Many of the postdoctoral research fellows, as you would even hear from the people on stage today, have a lot of the aspects of their research is also focused on the society. So with the research fellowship, it's a big jump from just mostly yourself in the lab or in your office or in all those areas where you're doing research for yourselves. And as a research fellow, you get to be pushed into the society. So there is also the aspect of societal impact. And also, with regards to the university, there is also that enhancement of the institutional reputation, because many of these researchers put Mandela University, you know, out there, because we have a lot of exceptional scientists and different people from different backgrounds. So, yeah, in summary, from what I wrote here, postdoctoral research fellows are vital assets to universities and society because they drive research and innovation, mentor future leaders, and contribute to solutions for global problems. So I hope when I introduce the guys from stage that you would even see a little bit of the flavor of the different kind of research we have in the university. So for the first person that would be giving us a brief talk is Dr. David Damiano. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. Yeah, so he is from the Faculty of Business and Economic Studies, Economic Sciences, sorry, and he's a seasoned postdoctoral research fellow at the Nelson Mandela University. It is currently his second postdoctoral cycle, and he has been actively contributing to the university's research landscape since 2022. He holds a PhD in Management Sciences, Public Administration from the Durban University of Technology, and other degrees from other universities and higher education institutions, especially in Zimbabwe, University of Zimbabwe, right? Yeah, so he is particularly passionate about development and growth economics, sustainable development goals, and the BRICS conversation. His contributions to the field are evident in his numerous publications, including articles and book chapters. Beyond his academic achievements, Dr. Damiano has demonstrated a committed knowledge transfer and community engagement. I welcome Dr. Damiano to come present his talk.
Well, thank you very much, everyone here present. I think introductions. Thank you very much, everyone present. I think the introductions have been made, and on my presentation, Yes, I am a postdoctoral fellow under the Department of Development Studies. My host is Prof. Mago. Is here with us. My presentation overview, I will be looking at the research focus and its broader impact and significance. And I also do an overview of my current fellowship stage, and I will also highlight some notable achievements and milestones in my fellowship journey. My research focus, in my first cycle, 2022 to 2024, I was looking at the financing and the localization of SDGs. Then in my second cycle, I am looking at the dynamics of SDGs and the BRICS, and now we know that it's now the BRICS Plus on South Africa's policies and growth trajectory. Then my research focus is also aimed at addressing the NMU institutional research themes, which are theme number 3 and 4, environmental stewardship and sustainable livelihoods. And this is my major theme. My minor theme is the innovation in digital economy. Then what I'm going to present here is mainly on the second theme in my second cycle. Of course, they have got a relationship with my first cycle. What are these SDGs? You know, SDGs, these are 17 goals which has been set out by the UN in order to address the challenges that we are facing as a world. And South Africa is one of the countries that have committed to achieving these goals by 2030. And also, since I am also looking at the BRICS discussions, the BRICS Plus is an acronym for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And now, for the Plus, the other 4 countries added are Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the United Arab Emirates. And the BRICS was formed in 2009 to promote economic cooperation and development among its members. Then also take note of the fact that BRICS was formed in 2009 and South Africa joined in 2010. And also the SDGs were muted in 2015. Then the impact of SDGs and BRICS on South Africa's policies and growth trajectory is complex and multifaceted. I think this has also been highlighted in the previous session by one of the presenters. So the SDGs provide a framework for South Africa to align its policies and programs with the global development agenda. That has been highlighted by some scholars like Lasson. And South Africa has made significant progress in achieving some of the SDGs. Jing states that South Africa enacted policies in line with SDGs and the BRICS proposal. So South Africa has been trying to complement policies coming from SDGs and also policies coming from the BRICS proposal. And what has been my research problem? The research problem is that South Africa remains one of the world's most unequal society, with the Gini index of 63. You know, this index is showing that resources in South Africa are not being shared equally. And this was a 2023 value. In 2024, I think we have actually moved further to inequality. I think now we are standing at 84. And an exceptionally high unemployment rate, especially among the black Africans, which sits at 38.6%. And also high poverty. This is according to the OECD. So the envisioned social, economic, and spatial transformation of the National Development Plan is under threat due to increased unemployment, especially amongst the black Africans. Then the inception of BRICS in 2010 with SDGs was intended to support the growth of South Africa's economy in all sectors. And South Africa has been committed to align its policies to SDGs and BRICS proposals as seen in the National Development Plan 2030 and the New Growth Path and the National Policy Development Framework of 2020. However, its complementarity on South African policies and growth trajectory is still complex and multifaceted. And despite these policies, the South African economy faces challenges, e.g. of reducing inequality, addressing climate change, and promoting sustainable economic growth. So that is the problem that I'm working around to provide a solution. So I can reiterate that despite the strong SDG principles and the targets, and also the strong BRICS bloc, why is South Africa still missing some of its growth outcome, like the inequality, like the unemployment? That has been my, my major research problem. Then my objectives, I am looking at 6 objectives there, and they are to do with the SDG discussions and the BRICS discussions, especially the BRICS Plus, which we now have. Then my methodological approach to solve this problem from a research inquiry, I am doing some systematic review around the objectives and also applying some panel methodologies to capture the cross sections of BRICS Plus over its period. In this, I have been looking mostly the BRICS because the BRICS Plus just came now, and I'm yet to test the impact which it has or which it will have. And the variable of interest are the proxies of poverty, unemployment, and climate change, since these are the major problems that are bedeviling South Africa as a country. Maybe if you could see this, maybe I can just explain. The portions that are in green, they show the progress that has been done by South Africa in covering the specific, say for instance, in our SDGs, there are 17 goals. So the green shows the progress in that goal. So you can check our green phases there. Then the yellow, it means that it's stagnant, there's no change or minimum change. Then no progress are the red ones. If you check the ones which are red, it means there is less progress. But South Africa, in terms of data coverage, they are providing 72.3 of the coverage of the SDGs. Then I just want to highlight to you some of my notable achievements during my fellowship. I have gained a lot of experience through research training, those which have been provided by our research office. I know Velma is usually on us over these issues to attend, and it has assisted us so much. And at the end, I've been attending internal and external trainings. Then I've also had a chance to teach in our department. I have taught undergraduate, and also I have taught at honors. Undergraduate, I have taught development planning and rural development practice at honors level. Then also, under my belt, I have also done some supervision to completion on 2 PG Deep in maritime, 3 honors in development studies, and 3 masters in development finance. Then on conferences, I have attended 3 conferences. I have 3 confirmed conferences for this year, and the other 3 where I was accepted, but I will not have a chance to attend because of some funding constraint. Then also some of the achievements that I have obtained is on resource mobilization, where out of a total of 5 proposal responses to calls which we have done with my host, we were successful in one. The FSTC consultants, which we will be running. Then we also have a book project which is being fully funded by Knowledge Unleashed UK, which we are supposed to publish by June 2025. Then in terms of my publication progress, between 2022 and 2024, I have published 14 publications with my host and also some other collaborations. And I have also published 4 book chapters. 2 were published in Pelgrave, Macmillan, and 2 in Routledge. And this gave me a challenge to work on our own book project, the SDG book project, which was accepted for funding, which I've said, through MDPI and will be funded by Knowledge Unleashed UK. Then I just also want to share with everyone here some of the success factors which can impact some of these progressions. Especially in my study, as you have seen that 72.3 has been covered, there could be some challenges with the effective variable identification. And also, I have been trying to attend numerous research workshops so that I can improve my experience with data analysis skills. Then access to reliable and valid data is also another issue. And for us to get this, I know we do have challenges with issues of ethics, as highlighted, and ethics brings integrity, but also some of us as postdocs, we also have got limited time of stay, over 6 months working on ethics and so forth. Then clear communication and timelines, especially in the book project and FSTC consultants. The book project, as you can see, it works on the topic that we're working on in the first cycle, but we are producing it, we're aiming to produce it in June 2025. So it means we have been having challenges to and fro with MDPI and the funder. And also there has been some timeline issues, ethical issues with the FSTC consultants project that we got. And at the moment, our PI, they are working on the ethics, which is good, but we are saying these are some of the challenges that we face. Then also research resource support. This research could be in financial, and also because of wellness, we also need to take note of time. You know, working out on such a publication rate also put pressure on your wellness as a family man, as a person in the community, going to church, and even having stories with others, watching soccer and so forth. Then there is an issue which I can also talk about, the exit strategy. You know, the time that you work on a project and you stay here, especially when you go to issues of book projects and even some of the journal articles, they might be out once you are timed out. With that, I think I thank you, and we wait at the end for the question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. David Damiano, for that insightful talk. Next on the list, I will be inviting Dr. Sikolile Mazwane. She is a postdoctoral research fellow, of course, at the Nelson Mandela University. And her research focuses on phytoplankton biomass and net primary production in the Agulhas Bank on the south coast of Southern Africa. This study was the first comprehensive study to use an algorithm to determine long-term net primary production of phytoplanktons in the Agulhas Bank shelf. Her current work further explores the phytoplankton assemblage in the same area. She works together with Prof. Alex Poulton and under the Trevor Platt Science Foundation Mentorship Research Program. Dr. Mazwane's research contributes to understanding the ecological dynamics of these vital marine ecosystems. I would want to invite Doug.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such an interesting talk that was presented before me with notable achievements, so I don't know, I'll try to top that if I can. So as Victor introduced me, my name is Xolile Mazwane. I'm a postdoctoral fellow working with Prof. Mike Roberts on the Center for Ocean Science and Marine Food Security, based here in Ocean Science campus. So basically, just to give a brief on my background, I started in freshwater. Shocker, I know. But the main thing is that I was still working on phytoplankton. So when you shift from freshwater to marine systems, it's not so different. The basics are the same, but then the water bodies are different, salt water, freshwater, etc. So the work that I'm doing now is focused on understanding the phytoplankton community, composition, dynamics, and distribution on the Agulhas Bank shelf and the wider Western Indian Ocean. So, just to give a bit of a background, I know like not most people know what phytoplankton are, so just to describe it a bit. So phytoplankton are the microscopic organisms that form the base of the food web, basically. So they play a key role in removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and into the deeper ocean. So how do they do this? So what they do, they absorb the carbon, and with the help of sunlight and photosynthesis, they convert that into organic matter and oxygen, which is the oxygen that we breathe. So approximately 80% of the oxygen in the atmosphere is due to the work of phytoplankton. So these phytoplankton contribute to about half of the global primary production that is produced. So basically think of it as, you know that if you compare two ecosystems, the grassland and the ocean. So in the grassland you have the grass, which is consumed by the herbivores, and then they are preyed upon by the predators, like grass, elephant, lion, etc. So basically in the ocean we have phytoplankton, which are the grass of the ocean. So they are able to support a large biomass due to their rate of division. So that's how they achieve that. So if you see in the picture at the bottom, you see that we see the food web, we see the base of the food web, which is the phytoplankton, passing on energy to the zooplankton, to the small fish, to the mackerel, and the large sharks. So we also come into that, because we then go and fish, we consume the mackerel and other fish. So that's how the cycle works. So I'm trying to advocate for their importance. They might be tiny, but they are mighty. So my work, basically the foundation of what I'm doing, it started with a big project named Solstice, which was funded by the Global Challenges Research Fund. In a way, Solstice was the sustainable oceans, livelihoods, and food security through increased capacity in ecosystem research in the Western Indian Ocean. So what this work focused on, it was focused on case studies, 2 case studies that were developed to sort of aim to develop research capacity and knowledge within the 2 countries. So we had case study 1, which was the Kenya-Tanzania, with the coastal communities mainly reliant on fishing as a sustainable food source for them. And then South African case study, which was on the Agulhas Bank, just at the tip of Southern Africa, which is a relatively small shelf, about 200 meters deep. It's not too big, so that's what I'm gonna focus on now. So we embarked on a cruise. We were 10 scientists on the Ellen Kuzwayo ship. We did a suite of measurements we did experiments for net primary production, phytoplankton community composition, nutrients, field samples for chlorophyll, which is a proxy for biomass of the phytoplankton, and then we also used satellite data in conjunction with that. So in terms of the net primary production as well as the community of phytoplankton, we saw that on the Agulhas Bank there is very limited data, very limited published information about it. So I know it's all about, the focus now is on food security and the bigger picture, but then I think it is imperative that we also focus on the base, where everything stems from, because you might be surprised that actually the main causes of the big changes starts from the small stuff. So now what do we know is that there were like snapshot studies, not full length like you would have for the whole year from summer to winter to autumn and to spring. So what I did is I used an algorithm to determine the net primary production of the Agulhas Bank throughout 21 years. So basically from 1998 to 2018. And we actually found that the Agulhas Bank over the 21-year time series produces like approximately 516 grams of carbon per square meter per year. Then if you convert that to daily carbon produced on the bank, it's like 1.2 grams of carbon per square meter per day. Now this value, it might seem small, but it's bigger than other coastal areas that have been investigated. Also, in terms of the in situ data that we obtained, we did also do the experiments. Like I said, we found that if you compare the satellite and the in situ data, they are not so different. With the in situ experiments, we found that it was 1.2 grams of carbon per square meter per day produced on the bank. So now, if we come to the community, we found 5 phytoplankton groups, 76 taxa in total, and then it was dominated by mostly diatoms and dinoflagellates, which most of them are considered as the bigger sized groups of phytoplankton. So then this raised the question, like, what then? We don't have data, what is the plan? So we actually, to kickstart my postdoc program, which started last year after my graduation in April, we had to find a cheaper way to actually get the in situ samples, because it's very expensive to hire a ship to go out to take samples, and in the Western Indian Ocean they are not so available most of the time. And yeah, so we proposed a project that would collaborate with the engineering department in North Campus using one of the robots that they built. So it's a solar operated automated vehicle that we would then propose to send it all the way from the coast of Port Elizabeth, send it out maybe 100 kilometers to the shelf edge. We would take a suite of measurements, measure temperature, fluorescence, salinity, oxygen, and all those things, and also take samples that we would then go back into the lab to analyze for the community. This would then tell us if there is a change in the community between the seasons. Yeah, okay. So I presented this project at Robotocaust conference in Saudi Arabia in 2023. And then the current work now, with the samples that we had collected on the cruise ship, we actually analyzed the samples to look at the smaller size fraction of the phytoplankton community and take samples, analyze them using a flow cytometry, and then gate those and count them using a software called FlowJo. A snippet of the results showed that nanoplankton were the most dominant group that is contributing to the carbon that is produced, with the other groups showing like a relatively smaller percentage. And then this work is actually submitted and is under review at Frontiers in Marine Science Journal. So we know that due to carbon emissions, the amount of carbon has increased, and we've seen rising temperatures, air temperatures, which then falls onto rising sea surface temperatures, and then this then becomes difficult for the phytoplankton to actually change that carbon dioxide into the oxygen, because now it's happening at a faster and rapid rate. We know that things have changed before, but now it's very different, where it's accelerating a bit more. So with this, if you have increased sea surface temperatures, you now have increased stratification, which means that there is reduced mixing within the water column. So the phytoplankton stick to that layer that has visible sunlight, and then if it gets too hot, some of them will die, and then the cycle, it's just changing, and then this causes implications for the whole system. And then with that being said, if there's no mixing, the nutrients that are at the bottom of the ocean, they can't get up to the euphotic zone where they can be utilized by the phytoplankton. Also then, this changes the community composition of the phytoplankton, which has huge implications for the whole system and how it functions and the whole food web. So we've seen that from satellite. The two images is just showing changes in sea surface temperature from 2000 to 2023, and then changes in chlorophyll A. But we see that the red is showing the increases in the temperature, and the blue is showing the decreases over time. If you look at it, we see that I've highlighted with the red box, which is our little incubator, which is the Agulhas Bank. Now it's cooling. One might ask why that is happening. I don't know either. We're still trying to find that out. It can be explained by many factors. So now we would expect that if the temperatures are decreasing on the bank, we would expect the production or the chlorophyll and the NPP to be increasing, because there's upwelling, the nutrients are brought up to the surface, they're being utilized, but that's not the case. We see that chlorophyll is decreasing, net primary production is decreasing. And now we're trying to figure out why that is. So because we don't have access to ships and stuff, so we piggyback normally on squid surveys that are done by the Department of Fisheries and Forestry. So we took samples in summer last year for chlorophyll, for nutrients, for the community, which I have been working on. So the process of analyzing the community is not so simple, but it has to be done anyway. So what we do is we settle the sample that we have preserved using a settling chamber method. So what you do, you take your sample and then you settle it for 24 hours. The cells descend down and onto a slide that you would analyze on the microscope, which is the acquisition, step 2. That you do manually, like take hours and hours of time looking through them. Then that gives you raw images, which can have like thousands of cells in them. Then the next step, you would do like process those images, you get segmentation, and then you get different sizes of the cells in the images. Using software, I used ImageJ. And then once you get those vignettes, like the small images, you then classify them using a global database, which is called Ecotexa, that gives you the different community groups of phytoplankton. And with that, I'll leave you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sitkolile, for that insightful presentation. It is really amazing, even just to see the kind of the diversity in the research that has been presented so far. You know, from Dr. David, who spoke about environmental sustainability and reducing inequality, to us just going into taking a deep dive into the ocean, looking at phytoplanktons. That's very exciting. Just to even listen to some of these research outputs. So next on the list would be Dr. Lungelwa Mahanjana. She's also from the Faculty of Science. She's a PhD holder in organic chemistry, and her research focus is on medicinal chemistry. She's currently a postdoctoral fellow and an organic chemistry lecturer assistant in the chemistry department. She's involved in training of in-service trainees in analytical chemistry, and is also involved in several indigenous knowledge system community projects. I present to you Dr. Lungelwa Mahanjana.
Thank you, Victor. Apparently everybody was looking for me, and I was sitting across, and funny enough, Victor and I were in the same department, but I think, oh yeah, we're in the same building, let me put it that way. So we used to just walk past each other, but we don't even, but I know he's Victor, so Victor, yeah. So I know it's after lunch. Actually, I wanted to share, as a background of my study, I wanted to share a personal sad story where, you know, my research interest comes from, but it's after lunch, and, you know, I know everybody's tired, and I don't want to, you know, get everybody crying and stuff like that, so I will leave it. I'm tempted to share, but I won't. So, yes, my name is Lungelwa Mahanjana. I'm a postdoc at the chemistry department, hosted by Dr. Buisa Hlangoti. My research is on screening of medicinal plants that are used traditionally to treat or manage HIV. Okay, so my study, it's actually a continuation of my PhD study. So I see we have Prof. Mariana van de Venter. She was my course supervisor for my PhD study. So in my PhD study, I studied Eastern Cape medicinal plants that are used in the treatment of diabetes and HIV. Okay, so just to give you a brief background. So a few years back, for my master's studies, I was doing the sugar moiety in the compound P57. It's one of the active, well, it's the active ingredient in the plant hoodia that is used as a appetite suppressant by the Bushmen, right? So after doing synthesis, my supervisor and I at the time, Dr. Hlangoti, we thought we wanted to do something different. So we wanted to move away from synthesis, and because she had a background at the time in medicinal plants or natural products. So we wanted to move away from synthesis, and we wanted to go to the source of these organic compounds. And then we had to look into the top or the leading causes of death within South Africa or within the Eastern Cape. And then we chose to do HIV and diabetes, right? So we also came back to narrow our study down to the Eastern Cape because we also realized that as much as there was research that was done previously to document or in surveys to document the plants that are used traditionally in the Eastern Cape for the treatment of such ailments, but there was still a gap with documenting the chemistry of these medicinal plants, all right? And we also noticed also with the side effects now with synthetic medications or synthetic drugs that are available, there's a lot of side effects. So people are getting side effects. So we wanted to go back to the natural resource and try to isolate the active ingredients in these plants, all right? So the reason we chose the Eastern Cape, because the Eastern Cape, it is a field of natural resources. We are hosting, I think, 3 of the global biodiversity hotspots, meaning that we are hosting 3 of the largest areas that have plants within, South Africa. So meaning that we have, as the Eastern Cape, we have an abundance of plants. We have abundance of medicinal plants that we can study. Another factor was the fact that the Eastern Cape is regarded as one of the second largest, or is regarded as the second largest, well, it is the second largest province, but it's got the second highest rate of poverty, meaning that the majority of people, especially those that reside in rural areas, they depend mainly on natural resources. To give an example, firewood, we get it from trees, as well as now as the primary care. We all have, if you grew up in the villages, you've had a grandmother who has had a garden, and then in her garden, she has had a shrub that she uses to treat you whenever you have flu or something. There's aloe that is in abundance, and we grew up taking concoctions or mixtures that are made up of aloe. So we saw this as an opportunity to study the chemistry of the Eastern Cape medicinal plants. So when we did our research, we also noticed that the bulbin species that is also abundant in the Eastern Cape, especially latifolia and frutensis. They have been documented in literature as the top species that are used in the treatment, or are used traditionally in the treatment or management of STIs, so sexually transmitted diseases related to HIV. Okay, so we took that and then together with a collaboration with Prof. van der Venter, so we did a biological screening of those plants to test if they do really have this activity, and it was found that frutensis had the highest activity in terms of inhibiting the growth of HIV-1 protease, right? And then followed by bulbin latifolia. So But now when it came to the isolation of the compounds itself, I really struggled to isolate those compounds, but we managed to isolate a few and identify a few enough to get my PhD. So that struggle and everything else, it motivated me to go further and into my postdoctoral studies to come up with ways of isolating these compounds that might have, potential or might have potential to act as HIV inhibitors. All right. So the next page, this is just a schematic diagram of what goes on in the lab. So once we have collected the plant, we prepare the crude extract. I'm not going to bore you guys with all the details. And then we do phytochemical screening. So phytochemical screening is having a fingerprint of the phytoconstituents present in the extract, meaning the plant itself. And then once we have done that, we move on to structural elucidation. Structural elucidation is to actually take out the active compounds or whatever compound that is of interest. And then we do biological assays, and that's where Prof. Fantafenta comes in. All right, so this is just basically the overview of this study. Okay, so progress in the fellowship. So in terms of research, we have isolated. Fortunately enough, we're able to come up with a method that works for the isolation of those compounds. Another thing that I did not mention is that one of the challenges that we had is that one of the materials that we use for isolation is quite expensive. To get a bottle of this much, it's in the 2,000 and up. So with the research budget that we have and the amount of crude extracts that we work with, it's not ideal. And so we had to stick with more cost-efficient ways to isolate these compounds. So we have successfully come up with a method that works for the isolation of those compounds. The compounds have been isolated, and they are currently, we are currently do structural elucidation of those single compounds, and then following that, we'll do computational studies to see, because we also find out that those compounds are also isomeric. So we'll also do computational studies just to predict if the activity is due to synergy or not. So that is still in the pipeline. And also, we are in the process of writing 2 manuscripts. I was supposed to attend a conference last year in November, but then my daughter happened, so I couldn't attend that conference. So now I have baby postdoc. And then, and also I've had the privilege of co-supervising this young lady who's a hard worker. She did a presentation, a departmental presentation this morning. She did great. She also has a poster for the Commonwealth poster competition. So please, if you may, just vote for her. It's Miss Marieke Friend. And through this project, the most exciting part for me is getting out of the lab. So we've had several community engagements. Just to mention a few, there is a project that was launched in the Nelson Mandela Bay with IKS, a project, a cannabis project. We are also involved in that project. And also there's another one, there's a project in in Missionville campus, one of the campuses where they are trying to reactivate a medicinal garden that they had there. I'm also involved in that, so it's so exciting to do this project. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lungelwa. I did recognize you. It's just that Dr. David was speaking, so I didn't want to call you up at that moment. But thank you so much for that insightful presentation. It is amazing once more to just see, just the variety of research that we have. It is actually quite exciting to see the amount of work you've been able to establish. In my former life, I used to also be doing phytochemical screening and all this other stuff, so I was able to follow. But I think if you did not really get what she explained, she would be available even after the Q&A session. She would even fully explain other aspects of the research that she is part of. Next on the list, I would want to invite Dr. Carla Edwardy. She began her career at the Department of Zoology at Nelson Mandela University. And after graduating with her PhD in 2021, she completed an NRF postdoctoral fellowship at the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity. Currently, she is a research fellow with a joint affiliation to the Center for Marine Research, and the Department of Zoology here at Mandela University. Her research focus is on global change and its impacts on coastal habitats and organisms. And I would want to call her up so she can share more about her research. Thank you so much.
Almost.
So it's quite a big presentation.
Yes, my slides have half loaded. I think it's a big file. Perfect. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you everyone for being here, also to the online audience. Like Victor said, I am a research fellow, and I'm affiliated with the Institute for Coastal and Marine Research, and we're based here on the beautiful Ocean Science campus, and I'm also affiliated with the Department of Zoology. So I'm working with Prof. Nikki James and Dr. Gavin Rishworth, who are seated at the back of the room. So I'm going to approach this as a bit of a storytelling about my research career, so I hope I hit the brief. But I'll tell you the story, and hopefully you get a picture of where I've been and where I'm planning on going, although I did only start this research fellowship in January, so I'm going to have to expand to some of the other work that I've done beforehand. So as a typical scientist, this is kind of how I envision my life going, and I'm sure many of you will relate. It would be great if this is how life worked, but unfortunately, the research journey and life, for that matter, never quite follows such a linear path. So I just wanted to mention this because I think today we're all going to be presenting our successes and our achievements, but just to note that this is never without some challenges and setbacks. And some of the other fellows have already alluded to this. So like our fabulous chair said, I started my journey at what was then Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. And after this, we generally received a lot of advice from established researchers that it's a good idea to change institutions at some point during your studies. So I decided to make a move to Rhodes University, where I completed my master's and PhD. And then after this, I joined the NRF system, and I had my first postdoc, which was at the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity, based in Makanda. And then fortunately, I managed to secure this research fellowship, which I'm quite pleased about because I feel like I've done kind of a full circle in my career. And it really is a privilege to be doing research within the institute where I decided to start my career, which has been quite great. I'm telling you that just to give you a perspective of where I've come from and how it got me to this point. So it's always really fun to explain what I do to my friends or people that aren't in the marine field. But basically, my job is to study fish, which I think is amazing. I really like fish. Hopefully some of you do too. And I especially like very small fish, so the larval stages of fishes. And I also appreciate internet humor sometimes, and maybe this won't resonate with the whole audience, but this is a quote from the recent Barbie movie that says, "A lot of people don't understand. My job is just fish." Okay, but in all seriousness, it's a little bit more complicated and in-depth than that, so I'm going to just give some context to my research. I'm hoping that most of you are familiar with the fact that our planet is facing a global crisis, which essentially is being driven by ever-increasing atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations as a result of our activities as humans, right? Has everybody heard of global climate change? I hope. So the one factor that this is causing and the problem that our planet is facing is global warming. And this is what most people are familiar with, and they recognize this problem and the connection that it has with increasing atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations. But another phenomenon that's occurring as a result of this is something termed ocean acidification, much less well known than global warming. But again, this is primarily driven by increasing carbon dioxide concentrations in our atmosphere. And our oceans are responsible for absorbing up to 30% of the atmospheric carbon dioxide emitted. And to most people, that might sound like a good thing, because of course that means that the carbon dioxide is being removed from the atmosphere. And of course there are benefits to this. But what we don't realize is that when carbon dioxide dissolves in seawater, this initiates a series of chemical reactions that affects the chemistry balance of seawater. So I know there's chemists in the room, but I'm not going to bore everyone with the details of that chemistry. But the take-home message here is that with an increase in carbon dioxide concentrations in seawater, there is an eventual decrease in pH. And that means that the seas and the oceans are becoming more acidic over time. So researchers have recognized that this acidification process, which is occurring globally, on a global scale and driven by a global process of anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions, does have some impact on many marine organisms. And there's been a really rapid increase in research on this, probably over the last 10 to 15 years. But this is mostly focused on open ocean scenarios. So we have recognized this threat to marine organisms, but what hasn't been considered in as much detail is how this is affecting our coastal environments. Obviously, where most of the organisms that we interact with as humans are concentrated. So many marine species used in fisheries or resource harvesting are situated in the coastal area. So in coastal environments, although anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions are driving acidification, the variability can look quite different over space and time. So pH tends to vary a lot more and a lot more frequently in coastal habitats. And that is due to several drivers, which include things like biological activity, which I'm going to speak a little bit more about, but also differences in currents, mixing processes, the effects of industry and development, upwelling, and freshwater inflow. But specifically, what we focus on is the influence of biological activity, specifically from marine macrophytes, which are marine plants. So marine plants, especially when they're densely populated, are known to provide as a nursery habitat for a lot of marine organisms. So especially young fishes, they tend to aggregate in these vegetated areas and use them as a nursery. So something that's recently come to the forefront in research is that vegetation, specifically marine macrophytes, might actually also serve as a refuge from ocean acidification. And the process that drives this is essentially photosynthesis, because it removes carbon dioxide from water instead of producing it during that process, which results in the pH of the adjacent water being slightly higher than the average of the oceans. So this kind of suggests that these critical coastal habitats are serving both as a nursery and as a refuge from potential global changes like acidification. So that relationship is what we are trying to uncover with our research. So what about the fish? Well, research has shown us that acidification is impacting fish, specifically changes in their physiology, their behavior, and their sensory function has been shown to be impaired when conditions are acidic. And ultimately, this would reduce their probability of survival, proper growth, and then eventually their recruitment into adult populations. So research has also shown that the young larval stages are generally more sensitive. And of course, this might have biodiversity consequences. But at the same time, what we've now realized is that some species might be benefiting from these coastal refuges and nurseries. So we're trying to understand this link between the impacts and the potential benefits of associating with specific habitats. Okay, but why should we care about the fish? So I'm hoping that there's people in the audience who enjoy seafood. Does anyone dislike seafood? Okay, so I think there's always people who do not eat seafood, but a lot of us enjoy seafood, and of course that this acidification process might have immediate impacts on that. So that's enough reason for many of us to care about this. And then of course, because of that, the fisheries and fishing communities of our country could also be impacted by acidification. So South Africa still supports a large subsistence fishery. So these are people that really rely on fishing for their actual food and income. So there are serious economic impacts for some communities with seafood losses. And this has actually been observed in other places around the world. But because we're still a little bit behind in South Africa with our research on acidification, we might have actually missed this. And it's really important to understand the consequences for those sensitive species and communities. So the sustainability of seafood and our coastal resources is threatened by acidification. And this kind of research would really inform critical habitat protection and conservation of important resources. Okay, so that's just about it for my research. I just wanted to give you a perspective of how this looks in real life. So I spend half of my time, I would say, behind my laptop screen, like most of us, maybe even 80%. But when I'm not behind my laptop, I get to enjoy our wonderful coastline. So we do a fair bit of field monitoring where we collect local data on acidification and pH variability. And then the rest of the time we spend in the laboratory doing experimental research, which I really enjoy. So just down the passage, there's an aquatic lab that we've set up where we do all of our experimental research. So that's practically how a day looks. Well, some of the days look of a marine science research fellow. So some of the opportunities I think that I need to acknowledge that got me to where I am now, firstly was finding this kind of gap in the global research space. So this research has been really well received by the global community, and that's particularly because ocean acidification data is very limited in Africa at the moment. And this is a figure from 2019 that shows all the published research on acidification in the world, and you can see there's clearly not much happening in Africa. So a lot of attention from the global community to try and improve this data gap. And the reason this is important is because although this acidification is a global process, the impacts are felt locally. So it's really important to recognize the local changes and the local impacts, even though the solutions are generally reduce global carbon emissions. Not so easy to achieve. So back in 2015, this was during my master's at Rhodes, I was quite simply Googling opportunities to learn more about acidification, and I ended up being invited or applied to attend a workshop which was basic training in ocean acidification research, aimed at developing capacity in the areas where little research has been done. So this eventually led to a funding call where you could apply for a grant and some equipment to start monitoring pH in your country, which I received. And this was really a turning point for me because this equipment are still used today to continue with monitoring. So really a wonderful opportunity. And eventually this led to my participation with a lot of international projects and networks. So most recently I was invited to join a working group on the Ocean Acidification Research for Sustainability program. So this is a United Nations Decade for Ocean Science endorsed project. And what's really exciting, although I'm not important enough to have been personally invited, some of our work is going to be presented at the UNFCCC conference at the end of the year. So really great to have this initiative and to be a part of it. And then I've also served on some international committees, and I've been invited onto some papers, which is really a wonderful opportunity for somebody in our career stage. And then, of course, the best part has been to be able to travel the world, to see all of these countries and spend time working on collaborative projects, attending conferences and presenting our work at workshops and having access to internationally funded projects. So definitely still a work in progress, but just really nice to be involved with an international network. And then just to end off, I really wanted to acknowledge this because I think as researchers, we always tend to focus on our international standing, but what's most important is actually the impact that we have locally. So especially under the banner of ocean acidification as a topic, it's really important to make sure that your work is serving the country and the impacts that it's having on a local scale. So I try my best to engage with local communities through science engagement, education, and outreach events, and to prioritize those. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is to inform local policy. And I try to contribute to databases and local media. So as scientists, not known for our communication skills, I think it's just really important to keep in mind that what you're doing has a local impact, and we should always try and get our work out there to be used for good. So that's all from me. Thank you so much. Look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carla. I'll just quickly load the last presentation. I was actually initially worried about time, but it looks like we are going to finish in good time because we have just one more presentation. But that was a very beautiful presentation. I think I just want to acknowledge one of my hosts here, Dr. David. Yesterday we were working on one of the sensors we were developing, and we were basically seeing signals whereby we could see the dissolution of carbon dioxide in the water sample we were using. So when you put that whole equation of CO2 dissolving into the water, forming bicarbonates and then into carbonic acid, I was like, that's what was happening. So it's just amazing that even in the talk today, I could just see something that I can even just relate to. But without wasting much time, I will just introduce the next presenter, and I don't know, should I say, fortunately, the last presenter? I don't know. But I'll be introducing Dr. Nyaratso Dilwayo. She's a colleague, that's why she's smiling. We're from the same institute. She is a dedicated environmental scientist with a passion for citizen science and community-driven initiatives. Currently, she's serving as a postdoctoral research fellow at the Africa Earth Observatory Network. And she specializes in water monitoring projects and the implementation of innovative citizen science frameworks. Her work extends beyond research as she actively engages with local communities whilst empowering them with tools and knowledge that is needed to address environmental challenges in a collaborative manner. She strives to bridge the gap between science and society and to foster active citizenship and driving positive change in decision-making processes. May I invite Dr. Nyaratso to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And as Victor has mentioned, we are colleagues. I'm from the Africa Earth Observatory Network, AEON. It's an Earth Stewardship Unit here at Nelson Mandela University. And I'm currently in my second cycle for my postdoctoral fellowship. I also acknowledge the director, or our director, Dr. Bastien Leno. And I'll probably also take a minute to acknowledge even the former director and my former and late promoter for my PhD studies, Professor Martin David, who was actually the brainchild actually with regards to the citizen science concept. And that's where even in the growth of my project got to the stage. So I got the memo from Wilma to talk about my current fellowship stage, the significance and implications of my postdoctoral fellowship and project, and also the achievements thus far. So I'm just going to just start from there, from the current stage where I am at right now, and which is the map that you are looking at. It's looking at part of the Eastern Cape, the 3 basins that we have, which is the Gamtus Basin on the outer angle of your left side, and the middle one is the Sandys River Basin with the green border, and then the upper one is the Great Fish River Basin. The Great Fish River Basin is where I was focused on in my PhD studies, particularly in the small town of Craddock. And so right now, currently, the concept of citizen science, where I developed a framework of community engagement in water monitoring, I've expanded it now to the 2 basins, the Sandys River Basin and the Gamtus Basin. And so we're following the same framework of community engagement. And sometimes engagement, participation, involvement, it's terms that we use interchangeably. But what I've learned is that even with citizen science, it is the participation, the involvement, the engagement, the voices of the community being heard during the process of a scientific endeavor or a scientific research. To the extent that they are actually there to formulate a question or to formulate a problem together with the scientists and also contribute to the process involved in solving, be it a scientific question, and also getting to a place where they analyze the data together with the scientists and reporting the data. So the stages actually involve collaborative community meetings, be it interviews or carrying out roundtable meetings, staying with the community, getting to a place where you identify the problem with them. In particular now, my focus is on water monitoring. So a lot of people use water. Farmers, nurses, students, everyone uses water. But in the context of my research, it was mostly in the rural towns of the Eastern Cape. So the combination of farmers, commercial farmers, emerging farmers, learners, and even including business owners were part of the process and can be part of the process. So we got to a place where we would identify how we would go about this citizen science engagement. And it was amazing to it is amazing that you learn a lot from people on the ground, more than you can ever read from a textbook. You get to learn from them the dynamics of how they work within the community, the protocols, and even the boundaries, which ones to cross and which ones not to cross. So I learned a lot, and I'm still learning now, even in this new basin that we are working on in the Gamtus. So you got to a place where we would identify the people to do water monitoring or to be trained to conduct water monitoring. And they identified young people within the community. If you can see on the column number 3, these young ladies and young men were trained and got to a place where they came to visit our labs at some point to just see how the the analysis takes place. So carrying on from that study, it is growing now into the same concept and framework is being carried forward to the other communities. The only difference is that the context is different, because CREDOC is different from GAMTUS, because the challenges are different. But we are extending it because the citizen science aspect is it allows for change and adaptation of process. So as I mentioned, it involves public participation, where new ideas are brought from scientists and the non-scientists, where new protocols are developed in a setup that is not forced, that is not intimidating, open communication, co-creation basically of new scientific knowledge, and we get to learn from each other, solving challenges or problems that the people are facing on the ground. Some of my colleagues have mentioned the issue of relevance of the work that we do as scientists. So the citizen science concept actually brings about that understanding and that application of the scientific knowledge that we have. So I do have a few pictures that we have had engagement within the GAMTUS Basin a few months ago in July, where we were just speaking to the local municipality and the stakeholders that are interested to be part of the citizen science process. We had farmers, we had representatives from the high schools and primary schools in the area, we had representatives from the Khoisan community, from the municipality, the Water Users Association, from the young people, and they actually were open enough to allow us to come and speak about citizen science and what we do as AON as a unit, and they are willing to be part of the process. And one thing also that we learn in the process is that we need to build lasting relationships, and this only comes when we build the trust between us as academics or scientists with the communities on the ground, because it is quite important to maintain the trust so that we could have a productive project, or a project that is effective and sustainable at the end. So the communities do play a huge role in our scientific research, and this study is actually growing, not only within South Africa, but it is extending to Ghana and also Kenya. Earlier on, we had a discussion around intra-Africa, BRICS and EU collaborations, and also funding opportunities. It was quite an interesting discussion that you could find that the growth of collaborations that is being encouraged around us as academics, we need to just take opportunities and relate with other institutions just for that impact across our region as Africa. As much as we can learn within our small spaces, but we also learn from other communities. So we have embarked on this program. It's called the Know Your Water program, in conjunction with Kenya and University of Ghana and University of Cape Coast. In Kenya, we do have the University of Eldoret. It is work in progress at this point. We have gotten to the stage where we've also been involved in applying for funding, and thanks to our director who pushes us to even get to do grant applications. It's something that as postdocs we're even encouraged to be embarking on, and even the research office has some workshops that teach us on those skills. So I'm really appreciative for that manner, for that opportunity, and just zeroing in on the purpose of the work that I've been involved in as a postdoctoral fellow, that I put together these three circles to just, as I was reflecting on how research, how teaching and learning as university, as Nelson Mandela University is focused on, and the community engagement aspect, that at the center of it all, when you are looking at the value of sustainable stewardship that is promoted by Nelson Mandela University, that citizen science is an aspect that it is growing. It is not something that is fairly new, but you realize the importance of engaging the young, the old, the middle-aged, the scientists, the non-scientists, in whatever science that you do. The science is not only meant for people who have maths and science at matric level, but anyone can do science even in their backyard, which is something that I would want to bring about in terms of the significance of the work that I've been doing and that I'm continuing to do, that citizen science brings about synergies between scientists and non-scientists, and also fosters trust and stakeholder engagement, so that our research is also relevant to the society, and empowerment as well, especially within communities where we are faced with a high unemployment rate of the youth. They get to be part of science, they get to do something that is interesting within their area, and from there they can have a skill for life that they can use even in other forums. So this is actually my last slide, which just summarizes some of the current activities that I've been involved in. Some are ongoing. I form a part of an advisory team for the Nelson Mandela Bay Water Crisis Committee, where they are also striving, it's an advocacy group that are striving towards understanding their water quality, and I've been engaged in their meetings and just advising them on the citizen science aspect. They also have collaboration with WaterCan, which provides some water testing kits for them to be able to conduct some water testing in their households. And the opportunity of going to Ghana allowed also me to get exposed to even the nature of studies that are also related to our focus as Aeon. And this has allowed as well that growth of the citizen science concept, and soon we will be engaging with the local communities around that region. And besides that, the supervision of students and conference attendance and presentations, and also attending such events such as the Science Week, the Research Week, getting to engage with the high school learners. We had a Science Week recently, and they were excited, even with Victor, with his team on water monitoring, because he also comes along with the chemistry aspect, understanding and communicating the science to the young people. So it is an exciting journey, and I'm appreciative of all the support that I've been receiving so far from the funders, from my host, and even from the community. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nyeratso, for that beautiful presentation. So I just even want to start by acknowledging the audience online. Thank you for even being with us throughout the whole presentations. And now we'll be going into our Q&A session. Yeah, we'd have about 15 minutes for that. And I would love to just get questions from the house directed to any of the postdoctoral research fellows on stage. So perhaps we can go for like a first round of questions, and then we'll see if there will be more questions that would go through. Okay, Velma has a question. That's great.
Hello, Dave. Okay. So, first of all, thank you very much for your presentations. Well done. To the audience, I'm biased. I know these fellows very well. I appreciate, though, that you also that image, that picture of that it's not smooth sailing all the way. I was wondering, Dr. Damiano mentioned some of the challenges. I was wondering if any of the other colleagues can maybe mention, because we have young scientists or aspiring scientists in the room or online, if there's anything that you can not only talk about the challenges, but maybe what you can use what work to overcome them. And this is open for anyone.
Since it was my image. Thanks for that, Valma. I think it's really important to acknowledge challenges because when you're facing them, it seems like you're never going to overcome something and never achieve your goal. But what I've noticed about my research career is that it's the small steps of progress that you make every day that add up to your eventual success. And it's difficult to see, especially in a master's or PhD, for example. It's difficult to see the end goal when you're in the middle of it. But some of the personal challenges that I refer to are often related to funding and time. So, for example, a lot of my research that I do, like I said, is experimental in the laboratory, but we don't necessarily have the infrastructure in place for that to be completely smooth all the time. So I spend a lot of my own time developing new ways of doing things, trying to innovate some way of building a tank that can house my organisms. So that's a huge time investment and sometimes makes it feel like you're not progressing because you haven't written the paper or published it or done your data analysis because you're still trying to build the lab that you've got to get your data from. So that's the one thing. And if I can give any advice when it comes to funding challenges, opportunity can be found in the strangest places. So I try to find those opportunities as much as I can to kind of alleviate the pressure of funding my conference attendance, for example, from the people who fund my research. So a lot of conferences, especially in my field, I don't know if this is the same for others, maybe the fellows can comment, offer funding for early career researchers, specifically from developing countries, and it's not always announced, and sometimes it takes a bit of digging on the internet to find these, but definitely worth always trying to find a way to fund something instead of waiting for that to come your way. So yeah, that's just from my experience. I don't know if it's the same in other fields.
Thank you. I also share the same sentiments with regards to time and funding. I will just mention the challenge that I faced many challenges. There is the challenge of the journey being lonely sometimes, and you sometimes would feel like you are all alone, you are in your own corner, and I've learned that at postgraduate level, really, that journey, you should not be alone. There's so many resources that the research office provides, and within your department, and especially within my unit, I've learned that it's a group setup, and we have a lab called the Commons, where we are people from different disciplines, but there is common ground of you're doing research, trying to solve the global challenges, but you get time to talk about your work. Sometimes we would have weekly meetings, sometimes maybe fortnightly, or whichever way the process can be, where you share your research and your challenges, and then another postgraduate student can give an advice, then you're able to move forward. So it's important to speak up when you are feeling lonely and not struggle in your corner, and approach the offices that are available and use the resources that the university offers. The challenge I can mention with regards to engagements that I've been doing with the communities, I mentioned the importance of trust in my presentation. It's something that is not built overnight. So if one is going through a project that has a similar concept, it's important to be patient. Patient with yourself and patient with the process, because it is a process that will lead you to an expected end, if I may put it that way. So it's important to respect the process and be patient and get to a place where you know where you're going, right? So keeping the hope alive, if I may put it that way, and being patient with yourself and the process, it's important.
Hello again. Thank you for the question. So I will agree with the colleagues in terms of the funding aspects of it and the journey. It's not a simple journey, especially if you are coming from an underprivileged background. So you decide to carry on with your studies, do your PhD, and back home they're wondering, when is this girl working? We need money. So there's those challenges that are not specifically about the work that you're doing. So you need to provide back home. So you need to find ways to get the extra funding, which is not always easy. And I remember in my PhD, there was a time that I wanted to quit. I was like, I'm done. And then I remembered where I'm coming from and where I am going, where I want to go. Who am I doing this for? So that helped a lot. And also, we tend to be scared to go to counseling. Counseling helps a lot. So you get to voice out your emotions, tell the therapist what you're thinking about, and they can help you navigate the whole journey, and also getting a mentor. I was fortunate enough to get a mentor from the Trevor Platt Science Foundation in the UK, which has helped a lot. It might not be focusing solely on the work that I'm doing, but in the different aspects of navigating the early career stage, it's helping a lot. So that's all I can say. Like, take time for yourself, go to therapy, yeah, take it easy.
I think we can take a few questions, and then perhaps maybe when you respond, if the question is directed to you, you can also just touch on the points that the others have raised.
Afternoon, colleagues. My question is mostly directed to Dr. Nyaradzo, but anyone else can answer, mainly because your research is mostly community focused and you're working directly with the communities. So I just wanted to find out, how are you communicating your findings back to the community? I think us as researchers were guilty of going into the community, collecting data and using it for publications or whatever we want to produce. So how are you going back to the community to inform them of your findings and what you have found out through your research?
We can also take the other question, and then I see there's also a hand behind and one right here.
Everybody on my side. Good afternoon, everyone. Partly captured by the previous speaker, because my question related on the community, right? And it's directed on the part of the Eastern Cape and the medicinal plant, Dr. Majan. What is it that what is it that you are giving back to the community? Are you, because there is a lack in terms of dealing with the communities where we get the medicines from, we get the information, right? Which they should benefit from that, So in terms of those indigenous knowledge systems, what is it that are you living, in terms of, benefiting? I don't know whether I'm making sense.
Let's take the last question.
I'm from University of Pretoria, and I'm also submitted my PhD. When I see you guys, I see some sort of my senior, and you encourage me to do more. And the one question that I want to ask you, all of you, is the issue of working together. I hear your presentation. You were talking about your work, what you are doing with your promoter. I haven't heard any of you saying, I'm working with the postdoc A around you, because I believe that in order to address what we are challenging, it's very important to work together, because you are coming from different disciplines. So is there any project or is there any work that we are doing together? If it's not anyone, then what are you planning to do? Because with the challenges that were presented here, with different minds, they can help you just to address some of the challenges that we are facing as a postdoc. And asking that because there's what we call it promoting our product. So I just want to hear on your side, it's more like close to this one. I know it's very hard to translate the science to be more like in a simple language. I was involved in one of the projects that we were mandated to translate the science part then to some sort of a policy brief and a synthesis project. So I want to ask you, individual, where do you see your studies contributing to one or three challenges that we are facing as the world? Because we are normally doing some sort of research, then we put it there as a papers, of which that's a good thing, but we will find out people from Gqeberha, they don't go and read those articles. And we extracted the data from them, but what are you bringing back? Because even if you try to write some sort of a grammar articles or some sort of a very simple article, but they don't read it. So what are you planning to do with your research?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Maybe I can start with, okay, since you have the microphone, we can start with you, and maybe just try to be brief too.
Yeah, so I will start with Mr. Venel's question. I think the university has now realized the gap between indigenous people and indigenous knowledge systems and the university as an institution. Last week, the university hosted an IKS conference where there were representatives from as far as the traditional herbal practitioners to your professors in academics. So I think, within the space we are trying to come together, because one of the challenges that we also had when we're trying to get information or a list of plants that we can investigate is that whenever we consulted with traditional health practitioners, they would tell us that we want nothing to do with universities because you have stolen from us. So I think slowly but surely there are laws that are being placed, that are being put in places, and also there are also government institutions that are fighting for indigenous people, that they don't get exploited by universities. So there are agreements in place making sure that whatever research that we do, they also, get credit for that. So it's no longer the days where we just take from them and we don't include them, because we've realized that in doing that, we end up suffering. For instance, with natural products, the World Health Organization now is busy pushing that, with the occurrence of new diseases, we need to get, these resources. So how are we going to know which plants is effective in way? So we need those collaborations with those indigenous people. So what was the other question? Or in terms of institutional collaborations? Okay, I think I will leave that one to my colleagues. But there's another thing I always run away from, there is this new thing. I think I'm going to caution, you know, we can speak about it. Maybe I'm wrong. There is this new thing that is fashionable these days that every postdoctoral or whatever, they want to join some type of a society. I know that there's a black women in whatever. There's you know, because we want to shine, so we are always wanting to outshine the other. So nobody is interested in collaborating or in working, but we want to outshine each other. So I think that is something that also, because we get into research with the motive or with the idea that we want to help, but when we get these, you know, qualifications, now we want to compete. It's no longer about changing the world. So I think that's another thing that we need to step away from as researchers. It's not about competition, but it's about what we can do collectively to help the world that we're in today.
I agree with you there. You can clap hands for her. She deserves an applause. Thank you so much, Doc. I agree with what she mentioned, and I think it's one thing that I'm also picking up in my journey, the issue of the competition, and yes, I'm not going to add much. But to answer your question with regards to how we give back to the communities, Dr. Kagande, the way that we've been doing and how it's a learning process. First of all, even when we go into the communities, we ask questions such as, I'll give reference to my PhD study. I would ask questions such as, how do they normally communicate within their area? What is the best effective communication channel? Is it through the municipality? Is it through WhatsApp? Is it through Facebook? Is it through SMSs? So, as an example, they mentioned the issue of communicating through the municipality and maybe formulating a WhatsApp group, which we did. So the communication has been through the municipality. Now, this is an example. And how we would communicate with the municipalities when they would be a liaison, when they would speak if it is okay for us to come in, if it is not, if we should go see a chief, or if we should go see a specific farmer. And then we would have meetings, reflective meetings, if I may put it that way, because the approach that I used was an action research approach. So it was a reflective process that even with myself and with the communities, we'll be reflecting to say, okay, last meeting we discussed these issues, and we have a report, these are the results that we have. Are we happy? Can we move on? So the feedback would be through the meetings, and even from the results of the water samples, it would be through meetings as well, because after my PhD, I had to organize a meeting. There were challenges in terms of giving back the information, because I remember it was a time after the elections, there was a change of leadership. So there was a challenge of trying to explain again the project to the new leaders and then giving back the reports to make sense. But it was a journey that we managed to maneuver through. So through meetings, and I also created a summary of the study and the results in a small booklet, which I now shared with the community. And if you are able to visit our stand in the exhibition tent, there's also a copy of that booklet, and we can also have copies. So it all depends on the community you are working with, how they communicate, and we now adopt that system. We also produced a report as a group now, because my study was for part of a Karoo baseline study. So that report is available online. That report also, it served in the parliament because it was looking at different aspects of the Karoo baseline study that we did. So it's also through those platforms. And what was the other question?
I think it's fine.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
the collaboration. Maybe you can speak to
yeah,
it,
I would speak to that. I think
yes.
in the interest of time, I know Dr.
Yeah.
David wants to say something too.
Thank you for the questions. I just want to also react to the issue of challenges that we are facing. You know, the challenge that I also have been facing is about rejection, be it on journal articles or even on grant applications. So to cover on that, myself, I've been trying to do some collaboration so that you have more, and when, like I've said, from our grant applications, we've made 5, and we've been successful ones. So if you have made such a big number, you lose some, you get some. That's the strategy that I've been using. Then in terms of collaboration, we have been collaborating, like in our faculty, we have collaborated among the postdocs, and we were also trying to have what we call publication gala, whereby all the postdocs, we can have even a night, a writing retreat, so that we can work on these papers. And from my other experience, when I visited the University of Gothenburg, they don't give value to a journal article which is not multidisciplinary, because they are saying there is an eye that is missing if it is not multidisciplinary. So it's good to pick from others. And beyond that, we are also collaborating amongst our hosts, whereby we have brought our, say, 3 hosts, then we come up with some work to do together so that each and everyone, and it makes life easier for the contributors. Then also, remember, I've also indicated the issue of a book project. In our book project, we are covering countries. Some contributors are in Sweden, Swaziland, Zimbabwe, South Africa, all the spectrum. So this has actually ignited some collaboration. We actually have a project that we are doing with Prof. Mishi. He's also coming in on some impact study element, which we have found him to be well comfortable on. So that's basically what we are doing. But also, there is an issue whereby when it's being posed as a joke, when at my age, our parents were looking for a house to buy, but at my age, I'm looking for somewhere to submit an article. You see, when you think it's like that, you will say, what are all these articles for? Where will they let me out? And really, as academics, we need to inspire and not to expire. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think in the interest of time, I will just conclude this session. It is amazing just hearing from each person, and even the questions are all like deep-seating questions. And even with regards to collaboration, without repeating what Dr. David said, collaborations are happening. For instance, like I said, I am colleagues with Dr. Nyaratso. My training is in chemistry, and she's not a chemist, but then we've actually gone to trips where she had to do her citizen science. Prior to joining the team, I had zero idea of citizen science, but now I'm able to even engage with people. So there is collaboration happening. Of course, there's always room for more collaborations, which is one of the reasons why we have even events like these where we profile in some of our postdoctoral fellows, is also to even help us. I don't think I've seen the 3 of them until today. So now I know the type of research they're doing. So it's important that we have events like these, and we even have audiences like you also that are engaging and asking questions, and then that can even push for more collaborations. So it's really been an exciting day. It is my first time doing this, so I know it was quite obvious with the nerves, but it is I am incredibly grateful for the opportunity given to me, and even to the other postdocs. And I would just want to say, on behalf of all of us, I want to extend our gratitude to Dr. Priscilla Mensah. I know she ended up leaving. Velma, who is like always on our case. Today she's like, Vic, you only joined last year and it feels like you've been in my life for so long. But it's because she's very, very personal. I think each person can speak about Velma in personal terms. I want to even like acknowledge even all the hosts that are there. I see my host here, Dr. Bastian, he's also here. I want to say thank you for being here, and other hosts that are here, and even to everyone attending, both in person and those online. Thank you for coming here. Thank you to Nelson Mandela University, to the council fundings, the NRF, and all the other funding bodies that make it possible for us to even have postdoctoral fellowship students. I don't know whether we're students or staff, but question for a different day. But to even just make it possible for us to be here, like I said earlier, it is amazing that the number is growing. We hope the number grows even more. And the whole idea, as you've heard today, is for us to be able to do impactful research, give back to society, help elevate the university and even ourselves, with regards to our own careers, just having this opportunity to even grow. So without saying much, I would say thank you so much for coming. I've really, really tried to make sure we ended at 4. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the research week and all the exhibitions, and feel free to chat up with all the guys. And yeah, let's continue this whole conversation beyond this room. Thank you so much for coming. Right. Yeah, so I think we'll be giving gifts to our speakers, right? Yeah.